يا نفس إن لم تظفري لا تجزعي. يا نفس إن لم تظفري لا تجزعي، وإلى موائد جود مولاك ارجعي. يا نفس إن لم تظفري لا تجزعي، وإلى موائد جود مولاك ارجعي. وإذا تأخر مطلب فلربما في ذلك التأخير كل المطمع. فاستأنسي بالمنع وارعي حقه، إن الرضا وصف المنيب الألمع. وإذا بدا من ناطق الوجدان ما يدعوك للياس الذميم الأشنع، فاستيقظي من نومة الغفلات وليكن الرجاء لك مرتعا فيه ارتعي. يكن الرجاء لك مرتعا فيه ارتعي. إن العطاء إمداده متنوع، إن العطاء إمداده متنوع. يا حسن هذاك العطاء المتنوع. وردوا على نهر الحياة وكلهم شربوا، وكم فرت من متضلعين. حاشا الكريم يردهم عطشا وقاد وردوا. وأصل الجود من ذا المنبع، أصل الجود من ذا المنبع. يا رب لي ظن جميل وافر قدمته أمشي به يسعى معي. يا رب يا رب لي ظن جميل وافر قدمته أمشي به يسعى معي. كل الذي يرجون فضلك، كل الذي يرجون فضلك امطروا. حاشاك أن يبقى هشيما مربعي. كل الذي يرجون فضلك امطروا. حاشاك أن يبقى هشيما مربعي. حاشاك أن يبقى هشيما مربعي. ثم الصلاة على النبي محمد سبب القوي إلى المقام الأرفع. هو عصمتي وعروتي فاستمسكي يا نفس بالمجد العظيم الأمنع. صلى عليك الله يا علم الهدى يا مصطفى يا خير كل مشفع. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك عليه وعلى آله.
3, 2, 1. Alright, guys, welcome back to the live stream. Apologies for my voice, I'm a bit under the weather today. Today we're gonna dismantle the claims of a man called Raymond Ibrahim about Islam. He's claiming 1,000 years of jihad. That should be interesting. For that, I have a guest today as well from my Telegram group. On that note, everybody that hasn't joined in yet, please join my Telegram group. It is absolutely free. And 1 second, let me adjust this here as well. Unfortunately, the first stream was taken down. I don't know exactly what happened. Now we're streaming here still on the same channel, but via StreamYard. And this one doesn't have a thumbnail. So yes, it's still the same stream. I'm going to re-upload the thumbnail a little bit later then, inshallah. But for now, this has to do. Anyways, let me welcome Abu Huraira. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Yeah, bro, as I said already, it would be amazing to introduce yourself so my viewers know who you are. I already said that Abu Huraira is a subscriber and a viewer of mine. However, he is very active in my Telegram group, and this is how we met. And today, inshallah, we're going to dismantle all the claims that are being made against Islam. Introduce yourself.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum ajma'in to the viewers. I'm Abu Huraira, that's obviously my kunya. Like if anyone's in the group of Bobbies, you'll know me as Abu, and overall I'm Abdul Nur myself. So just like Bobby, I used to be an Orthodox Christian, but my story is a bit different. Unlike he, I did not fall into the idea of New Age. Instead, is everything all right with the connection, bro? Okay.
No, all is good. I just turned down the AC and I turned off my mic because
Alright.
otherwise people will complain about my AC as well. Guys, I live in Thailand. It is very hot. You try surviving here by 30 degrees whilst you're streaming and talking for 3 hours. So yes, I have to use an AC, but I just turn off my mic whilst you're talking. So it's better for the sound.
Okay. So yeah, as I said, I did not fall into the New Age idea. Partly because I was too young for that. Instead, I became like an edgy Reddit atheist, which ultimately led me to quite an unexpected route. I became a Satanist for a year, and so basically, like I was reading books of Anton Chandler LaVey, which this guy. Yeah, I mean, this guy...
The founder of the Satanic Temple, right?
Yes, the Church of Satan, I believe that's what's called right now.
Church of Satan, okay.
Yeah, so he was one of the chosens, let's call them that, from the same land that I was from.
Interesting. Where are you from?
Ukraine,
for
actually.
People to know. From Ukraine. Okay, so he was one of the chosenites from Ukraine, eh?
Yeah.
Initially.
So basically, the reason, I guess one of the reasons for a person accepting Satanism back then, for me, was the fact that I saw it as an ultimate culmination of atheism. which
Interesting.
I found the
Okay.
confirmation in the books of LaVey. He himself openly admits to it. Yes, so to any of you Reddit atheists maybe in the chat, I don't know if any are here, subhanAllah, be aware of that. And subhanAllah, everything you see,
Can you quickly tell me about that? That's interesting to me because I haven't really read his works. How do you say it is the confirmation of atheism? How exactly does it work?
uh,
Is it simply the
basically,
denial of God, or is there no supernatural claim at all?
no, it's a real confused ideology. Basically, he describes in the Satanic Bible, as he calls it,
Yeah.
he described it as basically worship of dead gods, a denial of the one Ilah, Allah. Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, worship of dead gods. Obviously, that's the foundation of any paganism. Yeah.
Sure.
So ultimately, atheism. If a person goes like into this idea of godless atheism, in the sense I mean like blasphemous sort of thing, as it is popularized by music, with all this ideology of pentacles, so that is pentagram that is in a circle, or some like other satanic themes in music, that can actually lead them to that thing, which actually it is what led me ultimately to that to that ideology.
Okay.
And yeah, basically it is atheistic in the sense that it denies partially it denies the metaphysical realities. It denies
Okay.
Allah. It denies devil as a unit. It's really a mix of Gnosticism. It's a very
Wait. So it
very,
even denies
weird.
the existence of the devil?
Yeah, it's basically like
I mean, that's surprising. You would think that Satanism is about worshipping Satan and not denying him.
there are many like roots of that thing. There is like Satanic Temple, which is like a bit more new movement, which they do not deny them, which they actually worship Iblis directly. They recognize Iblis and they worship him.
Yeah.
The Church of Satan, they deny like the direct meaning of God and direct meaning of Satan.
Okay.
Instead, they have like very weird Gnostic belief of those like of that being God and demiurge, and that being like
The
this
demiurge.
sort of matter, and that being like antimatter, etc. So like it's very weird, and it does include magical practices, which Anton described as basically like invoking forces of nature, jinn, yeah,
Yeah.
ultimately like to manipulate the state of reality. That's a really weird and confused ideology, which is ultimately why I left it. Not ultimately, because I left it partly because of the reason, because of the red pill. Yeah. Like the whole, like I was recognizing the
So you
like
speedrun life, huh? You went through every ideology as
yeah,
well. Because for people that don't know, he's only 18 years old, by the way. He reverted to Islam when he was 15 years old. So this happened before he's 15 years of age.
uh, yeah. No, I actually like I became a Satanist like 2 months before I reached the age of 15. Yeah, and then like I was in a Satanist almost all year, and then I returned to basic atheism due to like me recognizing like, all right, this whole idea, yeah, it leads to ultimately to all sorts of degeneracy, like LGTB, overall corruption of any sort of cultural ideas of families, etc. Yeah, so that's what led me away from Satanism. I went back into atheism because again I was a Reddit atheist ultimately, in a very direct meaning. I was literally subscribed to r/atheism. So we yeah, like, and with this sort of rat pill ideology, yeah, it was only a question of time when I would like return to believing in God. Yeah, let's say it like that.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Why would red pill lead you to God?
Because at the time Red Pill was dominated by guys like Sneeko and Andrew Tate.
Right.
Yeah, Sneeko was agnostic, but he was respecting the idea of God, and Andrew was a Christian, which some would argue he still is. Some would argue he's not, and he really is a Muslim. We leave
Yeah.
that to Allah and خلاص.
Sure.
Uh, subhanallah. So basically, like this whole influence of appraisal of the idea of God, appraisal of uh, of religiosity. That's what led me to researching religion a bit more. And a year before, like we had like a school task to write a text about morals, yeah, about concepts of good and evil, and that was even before I became a Satanist. Yeah, so I wrote like what 3 page like paper, basically describing my idea of this, and I consider that any ideas of morals, like any concepts of good and evil, they ultimately come from people's beliefs. They ultimately
Okay,
come
so
from
subjective moralism.
that's what I believed. That's what I believed.
Yeah.
I believed like that the ideas of good and evil. Where they come from, and that's what like I realized that okay, uh, what people like conceptualize as good, evil, as mercy, and as anger, that ultimately derives from what they were brought up in, the societies they were brought up in, and mostly that is because of religiosity of the society.
Right.
So that's part of the reason why I started looking into religions, and I completely ultimately disregarded basically everything outside of Abrahamic religion, yeah, uh, be it Judaism, Christianity, or Islam. Uh, Christianity, like it became for me as a step, really. I returned to Christianity, but I didn't become an Orthodox Christian yet again. I returned to like sort of monotheist Christianity. Uh, I did not believe in Trinity. Actually, just as in your society, no one believes in Trinity. No one knows what Trinity is. It is just a
Yeah.
thing that they say after the Lord's Prayer, and they go like, "In the name of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit." I mean,
They have no
that's
idea. Most
that's
Slavs on the Balkan are completely oblivious to it. They have absolutely no clue what the
same in
Trinity
Eastern Europe.
is, that
Same
you
in
have
Eastern
to worship
Europe.
Jesus or anything on those lines. So you became a cultural Christian, but a monotheist, essentially.
Yes, but I was actually researching into Christianity. Yeah,
Mm.
I didn't like leave it at that, and I just started only researching Islam. Yeah, so I kind of left the idea of maybe like Judaism. I left it away. I threw it away, obviously, because it is
Why?
most an ethno religion. It is
You didn't want to be
it is
chosen.
an ethno
You didn't want
religion.
to be chosen, man.
Uh,
How very anti-Semitic of you.
Yeah. My Jewish friend here would argue about the chosens, yeah, the
Mm.
idea of chosens, but yeah, like I mean, I could down that route because we have a synagogue in my city in Ukraine. Actually, no musalla, not a masjid, nothing like that. Only a
Mm.
synagogue and churches. Yeah.
Yeah, subhanAllah.
Uh, uh, but obviously, like it was an ethno religion, and I didn't consider it like really as a root because again it's something you have to be born into, and otherwise you're like a second class citizen. So the
Pretty
only
much.
two I really considered were Christianity and Islam. uh, and with Christianity I was researching like into early Christianity, mostly like in the biblical sense, not in like the sense of mm, church fathers, etc., because again I was like a sola scriptura, really,
Mm.
not in the Protestant way, but actually like I just was basing off of the Bible. So I memorized uh, like partly memorized, I already forgot most of it, the Lord's Prayer in Aramaic.
Oh, okay.
And I tried to pray kind of like a Muslim. I did ruku', I did sujood, I did that. But ultimately, like it felt like something's incomplete, really.
Mm.
And I was parallel on the route of also researching Islam. I started reading Quran uh, in Ukrainian translation. I was watching your videos with your reactions, I was watching other videos and other reactions also like videos, just normal videos and reactions. I was looking into that because obviously it's very interesting to see people's perspectives. Yeah, because that like your perspective is something that gave me more knowledge a bit more about Christianity. Perspectives of like brother Sonny Faz, who reverted like what 2 years ago. Yeah, it gave me
Something
a
like
bit
that.
more perspective on like Catholicism slash Protestantism in USA. Yeah, so it gave me a bit more perspectives, like from
Yeah.
where to look at, and ultimately all roads for me led to Islam. I
Alhamdulillah.
actually like I was like if you remember the video of Yusuf Estes and brother Gabriel, like there was like a dawah panel there, like a stage, yeah. There was a black brother named Gabriel, Jibril now, yeah. And so basically, like he was talking to Yusuf, may Allah preserve him, and like that specific one, yeah, it kind of hit all the boxes because from the rational perspective, I already understood that Islam was the truth. It took me like what 2 months to ultimately come to that. Uh, I rationally knew that okay, خلاص, this is the truth. I needed like the last push, and that video was basically like the last push because it kind of like hit everything.
I got
The
you.
only thing that it didn't hit was basically like my culture and me rejecting my culture. But again,
I can
I was
understand.
already a person who threw culture at his back because I mean, what sort of like a cultural Christian would become an atheist than Satanist and an atheist? You know,
Exactly right.
what
Yeah.
sort of
You did that
was
already.
yeah, I already kind of disregarded culture, so it was like basically like an excuse to not accept Islam, but it didn't work for that long, and Alhamdulillah, I accepted Islam.
Alhamdulillah. Did you read the whole Quran at that point when you saw that video?
No, I was on Surah An-Nisa, like first 30 ayat of Surah An-Nisa.
Okay, got you. Yeah, that's very interesting, man. I personally, you know my story, of course, if you followed, but I never got into Satanism. But that doesn't mean that I wouldn't say that Satan is real. So for me personally, I always believed in God. And through the new age, through the psychedelic experiences, I would even say, and I know this is subjective, that I encountered jinn, really evil shayateen, and I would even go so far to say that I saw the devil on those experiences. So for me, that was always crystal clear that those entities exist. But because I was so sure that they exist, I would never come to the conclusion to worship them. Because for me, it was just so understandable that if they exist, that means somebody created them. If I can see them, that means somebody created them. So they didn't create themselves. That was crystal clear during that exploration phase as well. And this is why I knew there must be God, you know? But this whole blend of atheism and Satanism is, I wouldn't say it's new to me. I heard about it before. I saw many Satanists make that claim that it's ultimately just the rejection of religion. But I was always wondering why you would even infuse it with the figure of Satan if you ultimately just call it atheism then in the end. I don't understand this.
The ultimate start, that's basically like the ultimate starting point behind this whole push, this whole propaganda about atheism and all those sort of ideologies. Yeah, it starts with let's say the cousins of Arabs. Yeah,
Yeah,
we all know. Yeah, it starts with their ideology of Kabbalah.
Kabbalah.
Yeah, I actually read Hebrew in the older pronunciation. I disregard completely new pronunciation of Hebrew.
Fair enough.
So so basically like this whole idea of numerology of magic, etc., it comes from there. Yeah, and what is and that is fundamentally like the founding ground for any sort of deviance, for any sort of like deviance in sense of like ritualistic paganistic sort of stuff. And
Yes, I understand.
is
But
the culmination of paganism.
yeah, yes, absolutely. But I understand. But still, I don't see. Okay, I still don't see the connection with modern day Satanism, because modern day Satanism is very modern day atheism, I should say, is very materialistic, right? It is based on what we can see, what we can touch, and the unseen doesn't exist. There is no creator, there's nothing. So you say that this accumulation of Satanism, paganism ends in pure materialism and the denial of God altogether. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I understand. That makes sense.
It's basically worshiping worshiping desires of people.
Sure, if there's absolutely nothing else, if there's you remove basically everything. You remove everything. So you remove God and you remove evil as well, and therefore all that is left is your own desires.
Yeah. Exactly.
There's nothing else.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah, that is that. Okay, anyways, today, thank you very much for the introduction. So today we're gonna react to Raymond Ibrahim. I, matter of fact, don't know much about the guy. I saw him pop up a couple of times with David Wood. I know that this guy has been at it, however, for far longer than David Wood himself. That's what I know about him. But he hasn't reached that much fame or infamous status like David Wood himself. However, lately he's been popping up more and more and more and more, and his video was just uploaded, I believe, 24 hours ago, maybe a bit more than that, and went somewhat viral, almost 500,000 clicks by now. Do you know more about the character? Do you know who he is?
I read a little about him. So basically, he positions himself like as this expert on Arabic language and
Yeah, they
Middle
always do.
East and all that stuff. I mean, he is a Coptic Christian. So far as I understood, he comes from from a Coptic background at least. I don't know if he identifies as a Coptic Christian. He probably does, because like his talking points are really like like with the Berbers in Morocco. We're not
Berbers,
like
yeah.
that. We are this. Yeah, it's the same
Yeah.
with him. Basically, like that's his talking points.
Gotcha.
Yes, the
Okay.
guy
So
positions himself as this
they
expert.
were never Arabs. They got Arabized. They want to return to their original religion and faith before the Arabs came, before the evil Arabs conquests, etc. Right? Is that talking point then? Huh? Yeah. Okay. Understand. That makes sense. Coptic Christianity is very similar to Orthodox Christianity. There's not much
Yeah,
of a
it
difference. It's very small
except
doctrinal
those
differences.
almost but like
Yeah.
minor differences.
Yeah, it's pretty tiny. Okay, man, let's bring it up and let's get right into it.
Okay, Bismillah.
Here we go. Bismillah. Let's start it.
It's not Islam, it's Islam, and it's not Muslim, it's Muslim. And
Hey, I have to interrupt it right away, man. This is so corny. This is so ridiculous, bro. This is so ridiculous. First and foremost, this audacity, you know, they invite this guy as if he's some sort of scholar, and then they call it the real history of Islam. And first and foremost, guys, it's not Islam, it's Islam. It's not Muslim, it's Muslim. And that's why I'm the expert. Listen to me. This is so stupid, man.
Actually, if he positions himself as this expert of the Arabic language, yeah, he pronounces stuff like in a very Egyptianized way, yeah. So basically,
Right,
instead of
interesting.
Islam, yeah, with a bit more open yeah, he pronounces it more like with Egyptian Islam, Islam.
Okay,
Like that. Subhanallah.
interesting. He's an expert, man. He's the pro. Okay, let's continue.
the two words are connected, and what that means is submit or surrender. You know, how did it go from this guy who was just sitting in a cave? They've conquered most of what was the old Roman world. 66%, let's say, of the original Christian world.
Where are these?
Okay, again, the original Christian world. What was that world prior to Christianity? They never talk about the destruction of the pagans, etc., right? As Slavs on the Balkan, we know as well that before the Christians came down, they massacred the pagans, the Tengrism followers, etc., on the Balkan as well. So now to claim somehow that those lands always have been Christian is so ridiculous. And one thing I have to say, when they speak about Islam as, it means submission. It means submission, did you know? It's like, yeah, okay, submit to who? They're displaying it as if the Muslims are coming and they're slaughtering everybody, and now you have to submit to the Sultan. You have to submit to God. That's the whole meaning of Islam. But they always dramatize it so much. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, like it's always. I think they it's not, I think it's really like that, because like for them it's always like they need some sort of like false flag. They always need something like to put all the blame at. Yeah, before that those used to be the chosens. Now it's us. By the way, like it seems that the hosts are like, at least one of them I know he's certainly one of them. Another one looks a bit like them.
Ah, yes. Okay, I recognize him as well. The guy here on the right, he's a homosexual Jew, right? That's just what it is.
Special, but he is.
He's definitely homosexual. I've seen him before. He's into AI, isn't it so? I think so,
I
man.
don't know.
Or maybe I'm mistaken it because he looks exactly like another guy that I've seen before. But I know a person that is into AI looks like that,
The AI
man.
one, it's a different one. Yeah.
Yeah, but they look the same, man. Okay, my bad, my bad.
Islamic radical.
Where are they?
Yeah.
Everywhere. The UK's problems, man, they're just kind of mind-boggling. Your Islam problem is less about Muslims, and it's more about the people who are enabling and empowering them and bringing them in against your will. I mean, I see in the UK radical Muslims screaming, like actual Islamic jihadist stuff, and they don't get in trouble. But then when a British person fights back, they get arrested.
Do you think the religion of Islam is compatible with the West?
Awesome.
This episode is sponsored by our friends at Hillsdale College. Right after this episode, go check out
Okay, I'm gonna fast forward this. It's not the guy, but he looks really
the
identical.
incredible on.
Brother,
Do you know
just
when
a
it
moment,
starts?
Just a moment.
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Like it will start. Skip like 1.5 minutes, I believe. After that, so like this guy, like he mentions that Muslims, they evil Muslims, they go with this slogans, they scream Allahu Akbar, and but if a British person does so, like he gets arrested. Does Tommy Robinson get arrested? Do his folks get arrested? No, at all. Instead, if a Muslim defends himself from those riots of those people, like
Yeah.
absolutely mad in their head, if a Muslim defends himself from anything like that, he gets called a jihadi. He gets called this. He gets called that. He might get arrested.
For sure.
So who's really in the threat?
Yeah, it's always this double standard, man. If you're a Muslim, you're always the terrorist jihadi. That's just what it is. And even now, in this instance with Australia, the Bondi Beach shooting, at first everybody was calling him a hero, but now it tapered down tremendously because they found out that the hero of Bondi is a Muslim. And so even there you cannot get the praise, and it cannot be attributed to the religion. Nobody now can say, well, this guy, he helped because he's a Muslim. No, if anything, he helped despite being a Muslim. And this guy, Patrick Bet-David, he even went so far to say it's some sort of irony. It's some sort of irony because two evil jihadis and one good Muslim, supposedly good Muslim, couldn't even save the day.
Save.
Yeah, bro, what do you expect?
How is he gonna save
One unarmed man.
He's one guy. He's one unarmed guy against two armed dudes that shoot like you
Yep.
have seen those videos. They shoot like they're professional soldiers.
Yep.
I'm
course.
okay. I'm okay at shooting, but I'm not like that. Subhanallah.
No. And if you cannot stop those two shooters, then I guess Islam is evil because it's just not enough. Not good enough, guys. Not good enough. It's insane, man. Anyways, do you think we can play this on 1.5 or 2 times the speed? Is this enough or will it be confusing?
1.5 would be best because 2
Yeah.
would be confusing for most people, but 1.5.
Let's
would
try
be nice.
1.5. Let's try 1.5 so we can go through this a bit faster so we're not wasting anybody's time and we don't have to listen to his gibberish too much. Let's go.
You are someone who's written a bunch of books, particularly about the Islam and the interaction between Islam and Christianity. And the most interesting thing to start with, I think, is to talk about how Islam comes into being. It doesn't exist. Christians and Jews have existed for hundreds of years at this point. Tell us about the start of Islam.
Sure. So, as usual, especially nowadays, there's different approaches to history and there's conspiracy theories, etc. So what I'm going to give you is a traditional account of the coming of Islam, which Muslims believe and which Christians and non-Muslims in general also believe, and they have for centuries. And I only tell you this by way of preface because as of late, there's a lot of attacks on the early historicity of Islam and Muhammad, and did he exist, did he not exist? Much of it, I think, is kind of polemical. It's the same sorts of things that arose against Jesus, etc. So anyway, the standard theory, or sorry, the standard idea, the rise of Islam, of course, is tied up to the person of Muhammad, the prophet of Islam, who's born around 570 AD in the Arabian Peninsula. And by the time he's 40, around 610,
I think I've never seen this person smile. I've only seen a handful of videos, but he's always so miserable, man. He always looks so pissed off just existing. You know, he's always angry. Evil Islam. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, Raymond will now talk like about the situation in Hira, yeah, in Hira, like the cave where Rasulullah received the first revelation. Should I bring Isaiah 29:11 right now, or should I bring it a bit later?
Up to you, bro. If you
Let's bring it a bit later, so I don't foreshadow what he says.
Okay. Let's play it, and then you can interrupt it. Just say stop the video,
Okay.
and I'm gonna stop it.
Fine.
Okay.
he starts having revelations, as he calls it, by the angel Gabriel, who tells him, Iqra. Iqra is the word we get Quran from, which means recite. And so he supposedly starts reciting what becomes the Quran, the verses. And this goes on year after year for decades, actually. And these are all, so now you have the Quran is supposedly based on that, and you have surahs, which is essentially chapters made of ayahs, which are verses which he supposedly recited because Gabriel told him. And these are supposed to be understood as the words of Allah, the God of Islam, of Arabia, the God. In fact, the word Allah is El-Ilah. It's in Arabic, it really means God. So it's, when they translate it as God, that is not unfair. I prefer using the proper name Allah because it's more distinct. At any rate, so Muhammad does all this, and he starts reciting and telling the people around him, the Arabians, who are by and large polytheists at this time, especially he comes from the Quraysh tribe. He starts essentially, he tries to...
Yeah, exactly.
The Quraysh tribe.
Arabic expert. Let me share my screen for a bit.
Sure. Yes. Arabic expert, Islam expert. That's amazing.
Quraysh. Yeah.
The Quraysh. That's yours here, right?
Get displayed right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Just like the Wikipedia page of Quraysh. Like
Quraysh.
He position again. The guy is like this Arabic expert. Anyone who can read like Arabic will see like Qaf Damma Ra Fatha Ya Sukun Shin. That's it. Yeah. How did he get from Quraysh? Yeah. So we have Sukun on top of Ya. How does he get Yi here instead of Y? Arabic expert, bro. Arabic expert.
You just have no idea what you're talking about, man. He is the expert. Trust the expert and listen to him.
And by the way, returning like to the Iqra, like the guy positions himself as this sort of expert and a Coptic Christian. Yeah. So we have Isaiah 29, and I have it like word for word in Hebrew, and it also has transliteration for those who cannot read it in Hebrew. And it has come to you the vision of whole like the words of book that is sealed. Let's read it in Hebrew. I'll read it in Hebrew, and then I can.
You can read Hebrew.
Translation. Yeah, I learned how to read it in like half an hour. It's pretty easy.
A Hebrew expert. We have a Hebrew expert here on stream. An expert in Hebrew and Jewish religion.
وتهي لكم حازوت هكول كتب حسفر like السفر سفر but it's usually like كتاب الكتاب, yeah, a book.
Yeah, I see a book.
حثوم الشيخ يتنو التو اليوذع Hasefer, like here we have differences between codexes, yeah. Hasefer or Sefer, Lemor saying like amor, yeah, amara, yeah. In Hebrew, it's like Arabic amara. It's the same root, but in Arabic it's commanding, but in Hebrew it's saying, just like. And so what do we have here? قراء.
There it is. Read.
Yeah, it is the same word. It is
Right.
ultimately it's a bit different, like it's a bit different form because in Hebrew you form iqra a bit differently. You form imperative a bit differently, but it's
Sure.
still the same root.
You can see the same root, yes. Absolutely.
قرأنا ذه وأمر لأخالك حثوم. And then it will continue like I cannot he will repeat like I cannot read. That Rasulullah is illiterate, yeah, also mentioning
Yes.
Yadar, yeah, mentioned he's illiterate, yeah, saying, read this please. And he says, I cannot read, I'm illiterate.
SubhanAllah.
And SubhanAllah, and what do we have? I have this hadith somewhere here. It's like really a mess here. I believe it's here. Not this one, maybe this one. Yeah. So I will read this in English just so we don't waste
Sure.
time. So he would then return to Khadijah and take provisions for a like period till truth came upon him while he was in the cave of Hira. There came to him the angel and said, recite, to which he replied, I'm not lettered, I'm illiterate. Till I was hard pressed. Thereafter he let me off and said, recite. I said, I'm not lettered. He then again took hold of me and pressed me for the second time, till I was hard pressed, and then he let me off, saying, recite. To which I replied, I'm not lettered. He took hold of me and pressed for the third time, till I was hard pressed, and then let me go and said, recite in the name of the Lord, of your Lord. اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. Yeah. So we have it.
SubhanAllah. For the viewers, can you just bring it up again? Which Isaiah is that so they can look it up themselves as well?
Okay, it's Isaiah 29:11.
Isaiah 29:11. Yeah,
Actually, we'll
fantastic.
send the link right here in the chat. بإذن
Yeah. So you can look it up yourselves, guys.
Yeah. Let me give me a moment. I will send this, inshallah.
Amazing.
Right here. There we go. And I send it to myself, and now I'm going to send from the phone because I don't really want to open YouTube and search there like that.
Yeah, guys, today I'm streaming apparently in two different formats. That is due to StreamYard. Apparently we have one mobile version and one desktop version. I didn't know.
Yeah.
I can't tell you if the chat is split or not. Maybe it is.
So there you have it. Abu Hurairah al-Ukrani. Yeah.
Okay.
There you have it in the chat.
Okay, perfect.
So it is with Hebrew and obviously English.
Yeah, amazing.
So yeah, like,
amazing. Okay.
And Christians will complain, but why was he grabbed? Why was he like forced to read? Didn't the angels in Bible and like when they come upon any prophet say, "Be not afraid"? And subhanAllah, in some versions of that hadith that I just brought up, Jibreel would say, "La takhaf," be not afraid.
Yeah.
So subhanAllah, like they cannot suck out the thumbs. They cannot like bring out anything against Islam. Okay, let's continue.
Yeah, sure. I made a separate video on that as well. That when the angels appear in the Bible, according to evangelicals, it is like super peaceful and everybody is feeling cuddled and warm and cozy. It's not. It's not at all. So there's absolutely no
Brother,
difference
if we take
whatsoever.
the description of the Bible about the angels, like I'm not
Yeah, they're horrifying.
saying
They're
out of
horrifying.
the angels, yeah,
Yeah.
they're flipping huge. Subhanallah.
I know. They're
And
horrifying.
Bible, they're even more horrifying because they're like
Yeah.
spinning wheels with eyes, that being seraphim. Like it's
Yeah.
pretty terrifying. Subhanallah.
Absolutely. Absolutely, man. Okay, let's proceed. Here we go.
He presents himself in a long line of the prophets that are everyone knows about, all the way from Abraham to Jesus, who of course is a prophet according to the Islamic tradition and according to Muhammad.
And according to the Bible as well, I just have to quickly interrupt this. If you read the Bible, it says that Jesus is a prophet. Amongst other things, yes, I will concur, but nevertheless, a prophet. They always say this as if Muslims are insulting Jesus by claiming he's a prophet. Your Bible claims that he's a prophet.
Anyway, he preaches basically a sort of staunch monotheism. And that's why if you look at the
Sorry, man, I have to interrupt it every couple of seconds. Staunch monotheism. This is something that I heard the Orthodox Christians now claim on their channel as well. They say that Islam is iconoclasm, which means it goes against the icons. Yes, it's true. And it's an extreme form of monotheism. Well, what is an extreme form of monotheism? Worshipping one God alone is extreme. So you have to add something to it to kind of tone it down. So it's a bit softer. It's monotheism light. It's not extremist. What a bunch of horseshit.
We'll return to that topic a bit later because he will bring it up a bit more about like this topic.
Oh, will he? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It'll be funny.
Okay, let's proceed then.
Quran, there's a lot of things that, you know, Christians and Jews would find agreeable. And then the important thing that we have to understand is that because I told you it goes on for year after year and it's in stages. And so it actually, the tone of what Gabriel's telling him to read kind of changes over time. And it really, if you look at it, it depends on if you want to look at it as a cynical non-believer or if you want to look at it as a pious believer. As a cynical non-believer who's trying to read between the lines, who doesn't believe that Muhammad was necessarily being told to recite from God, whether he made it up or whether, you know, it was an evil spirit talking to him. And these, of course, are the popular non-Muslim, especially Christian understandings of what Muhammad was going through. In fact, Muhammad himself, when he was first broached by Gabriel, thought it was a demon because it sort of it physically attacked him and squeezed him and he was sweating and he had to go to his wife Khadija and she told him, oh no, this is from God. Okay, so even in the Islamic tradition itself, it's a little curious. But
I'm sorry, let me interrupt you very briefly.
Sure.
Who is Muhammad when he begins to receive these revelations?
he's just he's a camel driver and he's part of the Quraysh tribe, which is kind of noble, but he's a lesser noble he's an orphan and he's being raised by his uncle. And at this time, he's very relatively unknown and insignificant. And he marries Khadija, who's an older woman and who is rich. She's got wealth, she's got property.
Yeah.
He's relatively unknown. So the guy that is known to the entirety of the tribe, alayhi salatu wassalam, even before becoming a prophet, he was known as Sadiqul Amin.
The trustworthy.
The truthful, the trustworthy.
Yeah.
SubhanAllah, so much so that one of the earliest hadith describing him openly preaching to the people, to the Quraysh, was him saying, if I told you that behind this mountain is an army, would you believe me? They replied yes. And then he introduced that he is Rasulullah indeed, that he is the prophet, the messenger of Allah. And only then they denied him. Only then they started slandering him. But before that, he was not just some random guy. No, he was, again, as he mentioned him as a minor noble. No, he was among the ruling family of Quraysh. Let's call it like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was from the single most important family of the Arabs. Not just Quraysh, not just his tribe, not just Mecca, not just Hijaz. No, the entirety of the Arabian Peninsula. His family was the most important one. His tribe was the most important one, and his clan was the most important clan of that tribe. That's first and foremost. So he was not some minor noble. He was a noble. He was, again, known as Sadiqul Amin, which I just brought up with this hadith. So saying that he was relatively unknown, that's complete nonsense.
Yeah, and moreover, it's just so ridiculous that the guy is kind of laughing, like, yeah, he was some camel rider. Okay, so what exactly is the joke here? I really don't get it. Jesus Christ was a carpenter, right? So for you to have a job at the time is now a mock against the Prophet, or what exactly is he doing here? Where's he going with this?
Musa alayhi salam, what was he? He grew up in the family of Fir'aun, yeah.
Fir'aun, yes.
He like at least half of his life, like most of his life actually, yeah. He lived like in this luxury, yeah. He was relatively known, obviously, same as Rasulullah, and that's actually one of the confirmations of the prophecy in Deuteronomy about there coming a prophet to the like of Moses, to the brothers of Bani Israel. Who are the brothers of Bani Israel? Arabs.
Right.
Who is the most similar of all the prophets to Musa? Moshe.
Muhammad, of course.
Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam.
100%. Yeah, a bunch of nonsense, man. Okay, let's proceed. Let's hear him out.
Livestock, and he starts essentially kind of working for her. So that's so he's relatively an insignificant, obscure person in the larger scheme of things, and that's why in the beginning. So what I was trying to say is, there's Muslims understand two stages. He starts off in Mecca. This is where he's young and where he's born and where he grows up, and this is where he starts getting his early revelations. So from, let's say, 610 622, those 12 years, it's what's called, when you look at the Quran, these are known as the Meccan verses. And at this time, Muhammad is essentially, as I just said, he's insignificant, he's weak, he's preaching, he's an itinerant preacher, and he has like a handful of followers, and over 10, 12 years, he has maybe 100 followers, most of them are family. And basically, so his message is not violent. It's all about you have your religion, I have my religion. So when you get moderate Muslims and they quote from the Quran, there are in fact moderate verses that say there's no coercion, la ikraha fil deen, which means there's no, literally, you can't be coerced in matters of religion.
He's now talking about Meccan verses.
Yeah.
Surah Al-Baqarah is a Madani surah. Entirety of it was sent down in Medina. This is what he's now gonna mention as like this violent period of the message of Rasulullah. But as we can see, anyone can open right now his Mus'haf and see that Surah Al-Baqarah, it is entirety of it. It is a Madani surah. So this is from that radical jihadi period of the life.
Yeah.
Already crushes his argument.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, that's what happened to me when I was reading the Quran. Back then, I was expecting it to be so evil and so vicious, and they were telling me, yeah, wait until you get to the Medinan part. Matter of fact, with Baqarah, you already read it, so... Yeah, I was waiting for it to come, but it somehow never came. Scary, scary stuff, Christians. Scary, scary stuff.
Religion. And like I said, you have your religion, I have mine. So he was preaching that when he was weak and outnumbered because he had to. Because he had no military power whatsoever. And then eventually, due to his agitations, apparently the Quraysh, the polytheists, drive him out, and they mock him. You're not a real prophet. You're making this up. You're a liar, etc. And he ends up going to Medina, at the time Yathrib, and there he starts getting a bigger following, and he becomes essentially a political leader now. And this is called the Hijrah in the year 622, and he goes to Yathrib, and it's so important in Islam because it becomes year 1 in the Islamic calendar, 622. And he goes there and he becomes essentially a warlord. Okay, and now he starts going on raids against everyone who does not submit. Okay, so Islam, unfortunately I always end up pronouncing things like an American. It's not Islam, it's Islam, and it's not Muslim, it's Muslim. And the two words are connected, right? A Muslim is one who does Islam. So you see the SLM. And what that means is submit or surrender. Okay, so that was it. So the one who is a Muslim is someone who is submitting and surrendering to Muhammad's call.
Yeah, okay, here we have it again. That's exactly what I said in the beginning, that they always then imply that the submission is to Muhammad, that this is what this is about. Somehow Muhammad, they're painting him as this warlord, this pirate on a ship, and now you have to submit to him, otherwise, well, you're out. But that's not what it's about. What was preached during the time of the Quraysh was, of course, pure monotheism against the idolatry. And this is a theme that you can find in the Old Testament as well. Like, that was so crystal clear to me, because I actually read the Bible 3 times. And so when you're reading the Bible, you see this theme occurring over and over again. Here, the idolaters, and they're worshipping something besides God, now bring them back to the worship of one God, fight them, etc., etc. So this is found in the Old Testament, and now when it continues in Islam, out of a sudden it becomes this violent ideology, and this is not what we have. It's complete nonsense. It's complete nonsense. It is exactly the same battle that has been fought over and over and over again.
And also, like, again, small correction to this Arabic expert. He says a Muslim is someone who is Islam.
Yeah,
So-
Muslim. Aslama.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, yeah,
Man aslama. Someone who
yeah.
submits.
Aslama. Yeah,
Like,
submit.
what is
Exactly.
Islam? It's
Yeah. Like
so much
I,
better.
with my 0.1% knowledge of Arabic, can tell you that. Can you tell you that much? And this guy tells you, the Islam. Okay, bro. All right, man. You're the expert, bro. We're listening to you.
Because if you didn't, you'd get killed at this point, now that he's gone to Medina and he's become a warlord.
To Muhammad's call or to the glory of Allah?
Okay, but even here, right? So if you don't, you get killed. That's not true at all. If you look into the history, what happened is that if the polytheists honored their agreements, then to them their religion and to ours. So as long as the treaties are respected, then there was no war against them whatsoever. So it's not even true that they had to convert, that they had to accept Islam, otherwise they would get killed. This is about when treaties got misused. So even here he's lying, yet again.
Well, they're the same, aren't they? Muhammad's presenting it as, if you do what I say, you're doing God's will, because I'm the prophet. I'm the last prophet who has come to correct this. And the other thing, he positioned himself as the last prophet, meaning there's been a succession of prophets from, like I said, Abraham, Moses, etc., all the way to Jesus. And but the problem is Christians and Jews, even though they were given scriptures, they're known as the people of the book, they've over the years distorted it. So, for example, when it comes to the person of Jesus, he was just a prophet, but the Christians made him into the Son of God. And so, for example, in the Quran, you actually have thundering verses that are attacking Christians and calling them infidels or kuffar, which is a very bad designation, because they make Jesus to be the Son of God. That's one example. And then also attacks on the Trinity and so forth. So he presents himself as...
Okay, man, I have to interrupt it yet again. So first and foremost, kuffar, disbeliever, anybody that doesn't believe in Jesus Christ being the Son of God and being crucified for your sins is not only not a Christian, but according to Christians, is a disbeliever. That's just what it is. In every single faith worldwide, if you don't believe in that faith, you are a disbeliever. That's what they will label you. It's completely normal in every single faith. But somehow when they say kuffar, they feel, oh, this is dark. This is such a bad word. Ooh, evil Islam.
They are offended when we call them kuffar, yeah, which ultimately, like, kafir in the language, yeah, kafara means cover, to cover, yeah.
Yeah, to cover
Kafir,
something up.
someone covers, yeah.
Yeah.
Kafar in the singular, kafar, yeah, is the one who does this repeatedly and with intensity, let's say, yeah. Kuffar is the plural of that, yeah. So it is basically like people who radically refuse that truth, yeah. Let's go like that, yeah. Also, that's first and foremost. They get offended by when we call them kuffar. They don't get offended when they call goyim, when they're called get called goyim. Goyim.
Yeah, no, they love it. They love it.
Nation. Goy
Yeah,
in
the nations.
means nation.
Yeah.
Nations. They don't get offended when they get called that. By the way, the guys, these ones, yeah, they also have the term kafir in Hebrew, it's kafir. It means it means the same thing, but they use it for a murtad, an apostate.
Apostate.
But like no one complains when
No,
the guys do that and boys.
it's an ongoing theme.
It's about us.
Yeah, it's an ongoing theme, that's what I'm saying. No, they don't mind if they're called Goyim, if they're the Gentiles, quite the opposite. Their doctrine makes them Gentiles, and they're proud of that, right? We're proud of that. They love it, man. They love to be Gentiles, they love to be good Shabbos goys. It's an honor for them to support.
Good
Yeah,
guy.
good, very good goy. They just love it, man. Yeah, anyways, absolutely pathetic yet again. Like, he doesn't present anything new here, but regurgitates the same old stuff over and over again. It has been debunked a million times. But that being said, when it comes down to his claims about Christianity, yeah, okay. How can you say that anybody of the earliest Christians ever claimed Jesus Christ to be the Son of God when he was referring to himself as the Son of Man? Where do you see the Trinity in the earliest followers of Christ? There is no such thing. There's a later conceptualizations. Even the earliest church fathers were not speaking about a Trinity. Even those that were talking about then the Son of God were talking about a subordinate position. where the Father is higher and the Son is a lesser God at best. So therefore, all of those things are innovations that come later, and therefore the message of Islam, yes, came to correct what has been transmitted and what has been corrupted during the time. Obviously, if you look into the Old Testament, it doesn't take a genius to see, as I mentioned previously, that you have prophets being sent to the people, and those people worship something besides God, and they're sinning. And so the prophets come and tell them, hey, sin no more, and worship God alone. It's the same reoccurring theme. However, the only religion that sees that red thread is Islam. That's just what it is. Over and over, prophets are being sent with the same message. The only religion that concludes, therefore the message is always the same, worship God alone, is Islam. So what do they have an issue with? I don't understand to this very day. Honestly, back in the day when I was watching those Islamophobes, I thought they have a point until I opened up the Quran. And then you see it for yourself. It's so straightforward. It's unbelievable how they cannot not see it. I don't get it.
But they won't even open the Quran. That's the issue.
No, he did. He's the expert, man. He did. He read it in Arabic as well.
Yeah.
Of course, of course.
As I'm coming to basically straighten out the true religion, which these Christians and Jews were handed, but they've ruined it. And that's why they say till today, the Bible or what the New Testament, the Old Testament, whichever case has been, Muslims claim, has been tampered with. It's not the original. Okay, and I gave you the perfect example about Jesus. So they say that that's been added in later and so forth. Anyway, so he goes on the warpath and it becomes jihad. And that's just a word which means to strive and to struggle. And I always find it ironic because the apologists for Islam, or let me go back a little bit, Orientalists back in the day, Europeans, when they would translate the word jihad, and they had to do this, they would just usually translate it to holy war, which was fair. I mean, it's legitimate. You can't, when you're translating words, you can't just sit there and break it down and get into the etymology. So that's what they do. But then the apologists lately say, no, it doesn't mean that. It means strive and struggle. And it does. But the irony is that actually makes it worse. And it just shows you how multi-tentacled the idea of jihad is. Because, so yes, it does mean strive and struggle, jihad, which was introduced again by Muhammad, especially now in this final phase when he's in Medina and he's on the warpath. But historically, the only way you can struggle and what is it you're trying to struggle and do? Like you said, you're trying to bring Islamic rule. You're trying to bring the glory of Allah, okay? And the logic is, and according to Islamic teaching till today, Islam must continue to spread, including by force. Not that you have to convert by force. You're not supposed to force people to convert, especially if they're people of the book, because they're kind of close enough. But Islamic law has to govern the whole globe. And so if you are a Christian or a Jew, you have to live in tribute, pay tribute, and you're like a second-class citizen. And if you're not, you do have to convert. If you're a pagan, if you're a Buddhist or a Hindu, theoretically, you're supposed to.
According to Judaism, in the end times, the Torah will rule as well, and all the good goys will be enslaved, and they will follow the Torah too, right? And will serve them. So God's law will come.
They believe, as of now, they believe like in the enforcement of the Noahidic law.
Right.
The seven
Noahids.
Noahidic laws, which I mean, like those specific laws in the vacuum, we don't disagree with those. Yeah. It's just like the fact that like they complain, establishing the the Sharia, establishing the law of Islam. Yeah, it's so scary. It's so scary. Yeah, they literally help the Gnosis to establish something that, according to their own standards, would be so much more draconic.
Exactly. You have much more laws there. But anyways, man, it's so insane. If you look at, again, Judaism in it of itself, I don't want to get too much into it because of obvious reasons. But Judaism proclaims that there is a law of God, right? And the Christians kind of, through Paul, get rid of that law of God. And therefore now they think that somehow they don't have to follow anything in particular. But again, when it comes down to Moses, for example, coming with the 10 Commandments and establishing God's law, will they then say that this is some evil part of the Bible and this has to be removed? No, this is the exact same narrative. Yet again, establishing God's law on earth. What else do you want to follow? It just boggles my mind. Okay, so you want to secularize the whole world, you want to separate church and state, and now you want to follow what? A Greek democracy? Is that what you want to follow? I don't understand how this is an attack point at all. This could be only attacked if you're a full-blown atheist. If you say we don't believe that there is God's law, fine, okay. But if you're a religious person, why do you have an issue with the establishment of God's law? I don't get it.
religious people nowadays, yeah, I'm talking about the Nasara, the Hindus, etc., etc.
Right.
They all like they're not really like Christians. They're not really Hindus. They're not really Jews. They're not really anything. They are
No.
secularists with a flavoring of this and a flavoring of that.
Sure. Absolutely
Some
right.
MSG here, some salt there, some sugar there.
Exactly right, man. Okay, let's proceed.
Supposed to convert or die. You can't even pay tribute. So I just tell you that to give you the idea. So when they do jihad and they say it means to strive or struggle, that makes it all the much worse because historically the only way you're going to spread Islam was through force and violence. Who's going to accept it? You're not in Europe, for example, when the time came for the jihad to enter there. You know, Europeans fought tooth and nail. And I'm sure we'll get into that. But today, of course, you are able to.
Okay, but how were the Europeans fighting? Like, we had 500 years of Ottoman rule on the Balkan. And I can say, I wasn't there, of course, but at least no church closed down during the time of the Ottoman rule. And nobody was forced to convert. So yes, you have the jizya. You have the jizya that can be paid.
We'll talk about jizya. He will talk about jizya.
Oh, they will talk about it.
I have
Okay,
some-
good. I keep it for.
Stuff prepared.
Okay, I will keep it for later. But my point is being, in a nutshell, that under Muslim rule, all the Christians on the Balkan were always able to practice. Under communism, which came after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, all the churches, all the mosques were shut down.
To trick people and empower Islam, not through force. So today you can do, there's all these classifications of different kinds of jihad, which is different forms of struggle. And they actually have, I can give you quickly their names in Arabic, jihad al-lisan, jihad of the tongue, jihad al-qalam, jihad of the pen, jihad al-mal, jihad of the money, wiladat al-jihad, or basically the baby jihad. All of these, in their own way, help empower Islam. So with your mouth, you can engage in propaganda. With your money, you can support disseminating Islam. You can support terrorist groups. And with your womb, women are encouraged to have as many kids as they can, Muslim women, and men also to impregnate women, including non-Muslim women, with their seed. So you can, inundate the world with Muslims. And these are actually, this isn't me theorizing. This is actually lots and lots of Islamic clerics have, modern-day clerics, articulated what I'm telling you right now. And, obviously I jumped from Muhammad.
I want to intersect here real quick as well. Again, when you have those terms, jihad in the West, they're thinking of the worst, But ultimately, this would be a form of evangelizing. So in Christianity, it's an evangelical religion. You have those forms as well. Christians are called to be fruitful and multiply. So therefore, they are called to produce as many Christian babies as possible. Matter of fact, if you look into the neocons right now, this is what they're calling too. We need more white babies. We need more Christianity. Fine. Then they have their form of dawah, their form of evangelism, where they're calling people to Christianity. So this is just a characteristic of an evangelical religion. Yes, Islam is not shying away from it. It's not a secret. He's talking about it as if he's some sort of Sherlock Holmes exposing it. No, we admit it. Of course, we want to spread the religion, and so do Christians. Point blank.
To this to give you an idea of what jihad is. But historically, during his time, you can't get away with that stuff. You're not going to, through propaganda or lying, trick anyone because everyone had their own faith that they were going to fight to the death for.
So he goes on the warpath. He wages jihad. How much is he able to secure in terms of land by the time of his death?
Almost the whole of Arabia, as we know it. Yeah, but I mean, there's still, it's funny too, because a lot of them just in the Hinter regions, not all of it, but a big chunk of it. And his ultimate goal was Mecca, which, he was driven out and then he came back and he conquered it. But a lot.
Okay, I have to interrupt it yet again. He's not mentioning, of course, that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam united the Arabs under the banner of Islam. Yeah. If you have any more information, you can add it, of course, but it's so important to say that those tribes, similar to the Greek tribes as well, or to the Southern American tribes, they were fighting each other. They were infighting for hundreds and hundreds of years until Islam came and united them. Why not speak about that benefit? Why not speak about that positive aspect of it? He won't, right? If it was a nation, for example, to say, oh well, the modern nation state of Greece has formed and therefore all of those Greek tribes are not fighting each other, there will be something positive, no? Well, what do you want to add?
Give the perspective to the readers, not to the readers, to listeners or watchers, whichever they are. Like, imagine the Balkans, but multiply it by 5. That would be the situation between Arabian tribes.
Yep.
Imagine like Serbs, Croatians, and Bosnians sprinkle their Greeks and Albanians.
Yep.
Also North Macedonians and Bulgarians.
Especially,
and
yeah.
and parts of Romania. Eh, You will have like such a cocktail that is already pretty radioactive in and of itself right now. Now multiply this, and you will have the tribes of Arabia.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. And it was only Islam that united them. But it's never mentioned. It's always, oh, the conquest, the conquest, the conquest. Why not speak about that? So they were all forced into Islam, all by the sword, and somehow they kept it. That's what I always say as well, you know, when people from the Balkan tell me, yeah, well, but those people on the Balkan that are Muslims, they've been forced into it. And I'm saying, okay, cool story. So if they've been forced into it, why are they still Muslim? If it is so evil, so bad, there is no Ottoman Empire anymore. Just become a Christian, become an atheist, become something else. If it is so bad, you don't have to be it anymore, right? Why do they still keep on going? Anyways, it doesn't work that way.
A lot of the Hinter tribes kind of gave paid lip service, and then once he died, it was interesting because what happened immediately was the Ridda Wars, which is known as the Wars of the Apostasy. Right when he died, it was all these tribes, especially that were away from the center, immediately kind of were like, okay, so the jig is up, he's dead. We're going back to our ways. And the first Caliph Abu Bakr waged another new jihad.
Okay. How often again do we read in the Old Testament that when a prophet departs, that people fall back into their old ways? This is again a common narrative over and over again. People start worshipping the golden calf. There's nothing new.
Spot on. Like a prophet doesn't even need to die for them to do that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like as you just mentioned with the golden calf.
Yeah,
This is Samiri. Yeah, he builds that golden calf. While Musa was was away for what, 40 days?
yeah, true. He was away, I
And
think,
they
40
were-
years. Yeah,
And they still had the prophet with them. They still had Harun with them.
all right.
But Musa was away.
True. True.
And so, he's alone.
Yeah.
Okay, let's worship a calf.
It's done, bro. Let's worship it. Yeah, but that's why it's so pathetic, you know, so hypocritical for him to say this here. Yeah, well, you know, when he died, the jig was up and everybody was going back to their old ways. Yeah, because people will be people. That's what they've been doing throughout human history. That's the exact same point.
Against the apostates.
What does Khalif mean?
Khalifa, which Khalifa in Arabic means successor. So he's the successor of Muhammad. And the caliphate is a form of governance based on the successors of Muhammad.
Just come back to Muhammad for 1 second, because it's quite an extraordinary story. A man, not particularly anybody really, preaches the revelations that he's got, gets chased out of the city he's from, goes to another city, and then suddenly he's a warlord who effectively conquers a huge swathe of land. What do we know about Muhammad that meant that he was able to do this?
Well, I mean, keep in mind, by the
That's actually a good question, man.
time he dies, it's not really a huge swath of land. We're talking about the Arabian Peninsula, which looks large, but it's mostly desert.
Yeah.
And he has control over various tribes. And I think what you're getting at is ultimately, it's not he himself. I mean, 1 century after Muhammad, Islam now governs all of North Africa, all of the Middle East, and is in the middle of France. So that's the historical kind of conundrum that a lot of people have been wondering about. How did it does, of course, start with Muhammad.
Yeah.
And, you know, how did it go from this guy who was just sitting in a cave talking to Gabriel to a century later, essentially, you know, they've conquered most of what was the old Roman world, and most of it on Christian territory, and even further east into outside of the Roman Christian world. So that's always been the great riddle. And earlier historians, including those who were contemporary, believe it had to do with the fusion of jihad, the doctrine of jihad. Because up until then, look, you had war, people engaged in war, non-Muslims engaged in war, Christians engaged in war, but especially with Christians, it became a just war type thing, and there were limitations to how you can do it.
Oh, yeah. Of course, man. Christian limitations. Yeah, you don't say. The only religion that has true limitations on warfare is Islam. Not killing children, not killing women, not killing non-combatants, not burning down temples. You have that?
Yeah,
You have it. Pull it up, man.
Yeah.
Pull it up.
Okay, I'll find it. I'll find the tab right now.
Yeah, pull it up.
SubhanAllah, bro. Like searching out of 50 tabs, it does take time.
Yeah, no worries, man. No worries.
Okay.
The chat says he's a lying bastard, just like his god Paul. Pretty much, man. But he doesn't have an answer either, huh? He doesn't know. How could it be? How could a man that was sitting in a cave out of a sudden do this? How could they expand like this? Why? Nobody knows. It's a riddle, huh? It's a mystery.
Oh, there it is.
Dawa Trucker, thank you very much for the super chat, bro. He says, it's a very interesting phenomenon today, seeing the Christians becoming Muslim experts, scholars in their own right in order to speak as they wish. Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. We have this in Germany as well. Sometimes they take just like a middle-aged woman, they put her on TV, Ursula Schmidt, hello, and then all of a sudden she becomes Islam expert. It says down there, Islam expert. Here she is. Where did she study? I don't know. University of God knows what. But anyways, everybody in German television, Western television becomes an Islam expert nowadays. You just have to say that you are, and then you are. Nobody asks for qualifications whatsoever. Doesn't matter. Ursula Schnitzelberger, exactly.
I found the hadith. It's
Oh, you
not
got it.
hadith, it's an athar.
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah, that's basically like
Yeah.
the statement of here.
Abu Bakr
yeah,
and Jihad.
there you see. Yeah. So Abu Bakr, and this is a Sahih hadith. This is an al-Muwatta, and basically every hadith except maybe a few, arguably, is Sahih there. So, Abu Bakr, radiallahu anhu, dispatched armies to Syria. He said, I give you 10 instructions. Do not kill a woman, nor a child, nor an infirm elder. Do not cut down fruit-bearing trees, nor tear down uninhabited buildings. Do not slaughter sheep or camel except for food. Do not burn down or drown bees nests. Do not steal from the spoils, and do not act cowardly. Now,
Even bees' nests are implied here. Think about that, man. Think about that ruling. We even go down to the bees. Show me anything equivalent in Christianity.
not
That's the
exactly
equivalent.
equivalent.
That's the equivalent, yeah? That's the equivalent.
Subhanallah. Very much an equivalent. Right?
Yeah. Samuel
Now
15:3.
go attack the Amalekites and destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare
Totally destroy. Totally destroy.
children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys.
Exactly right.
Bro, it's
Kill all the
basically-
animals.
it's
Kill the
basically
babies.
they took the list is basically as if they took the list that Abu Bakr listed, yeah, and flipped it on its head.
Yeah,
but it
opposite
happened
them.
like a few centuries before him.
Yeah. Uno reverse card. Let's just do all of it. Let's kill the animals and the babies. The other verse as well, I don't know exactly which one it was, where it says that they should take the young girls for themselves, that have never seen a man,
Okay, let's take it.
that have never slept with a man, so the young virgin girls should be taken as sex slaves.
I believe it's. Is it in Leviticus or? No, it's in Deuteronomy. Okay.
Mhm.
You can take the young ones, but let the mother go, so that things may go well with you, and you may live a long life.
I get rid of the mother, man. That annoying mother-in-law. Just take the young girl for you, bro. Much easier.
And by the way, like this doesn't wait a minute. Did Samuel mention the babies? Anyway, let's mention the babies. It's in Psalms, I believe, 89, or is it? Okay. Blessed is the who bashes the head. I'm learning
Yeah.
a different layout, so I'm a bit slow in typing.
That's fine.
Happy is
Lucky
the one
you
who
see.
seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks.
Yep.
This is about daughters of Babylon. Yeah,
Mhm.
and what's actually. So just no one complains. This is a translation. This is a translation because I once debated had a discussion with a Catholic priest. Yeah, and the guy was saying, those are translations. Those are distortions in translations. When you see contradictions in the Bible, it's just translation, etc., etc.
Wait a second. This one is the passage. I want to pull this up. 1 second.
It's in
Let me
Psalms
see.
137:9.
No, 1 second. I want to pull up something else.
Okay.
Why doesn't this work? 1 second. Stop screen. Share screen. Here we go. Okay. This is Numbers 31. I made a video about this as well. Let me just find the passage here. This is under the command of Moses, allegedly. They fought against Midian as the Lord commanded Moses and killed every man. So here they killed every man. Among their victims were Evi, Rekim, Zur, Hur, and Reba, the 5 kings of Midian. They also killed Balaam, son of Beor, yada yada yada. But here's the interesting part. They burned all the towns. Now, 1 second. I missed something here. The Israelites captured the Midianite women and children and took all the Midianite herds, flocks, and goods as plunder. So here you go again with the reversion of the law. They just killed everybody and took everything. They burned all the towns where the Midianites had settled, as well as all their camps. They took all the plunder and spoils, including the people and animals, and brought the captives, spoils, and plunder to Moses and Eleazar, the priest, and the Israelites' assembly at their camp on the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho. So now Moses speaks to them and says, "Have you allowed all the women to live?" he asked them. They were the ones who followed Balaam's advice and enticed the Israelites to be unfaithful to the Lord in the Peor incident, so that a plague struck the Lord's people. Now, this is again Moses, your prophet speaking in the Bible, now kill all the boys and kill every woman who has slept with a man. But save for yourselves every girl who has never slept with a man. Fantastic. So kill everybody, kill the boys, the little children, but the virgin girls you can keep to yourself and have fun. Have a good old time. They will never mention this as some sort of split within the Bible. They will never say, oh well, here, Old Testament, New Testament, both are legitimate. No, of course not, but they're going to speak about Meccan and Median times. What a bunch of bullshit. Okay, let me remove this again. And so, let me put yours back.
Okay, so basically, we had this with blessed who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I know that Christians, they love to say that, oh no, this is the translation. Okay. So what do we have here? Infants. It is. Let me zoom in a bit.
Yeah, that's better.
Alolaik. Yeah, that's Alolaik. Yeah, that's basically like
1 second.
children, sucklings. Yeah, you see, like here you have actually like a reference from a dictionary. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't even need to open any tabs additionally for the dictionaries. Okay.
Yeah. How happy.
So and dashes when he pass. Well, no, when he pass. So this is like in modern Hebrew it's tzadeh, yeah. In old Hebrew it's sadiq, yeah. So when he pass el hasala a craggy rock. El like ila in Arabic.
Yeah.
So
bash him
Yeah,
against
no.
rocks and have fun, man. Lucky is he. Happy days. Yay. Good times.
happiness interjection. How happy
Yeah.
and blessed.
How happy. Blessed is he.
Okay, let's continue with that poem here.
Amazing. They will never mention that whatsoever, man.
Never.
At all. And they have no answer for that at all. Yeah, well, it's the Old Testament. Yeah, and now what? That wasn't God commanding this? Now what? Insane. Okay,
With
let's proceed.
Muhammad, he basically, what I always say is the genius of Muhammad, which goes to your question, is that he basically fused the sort of tribal mores of his society and re-articulated them, rather than fused, but he fused them with theology and re-articulated them through sort of a theological paradigm. So they became, okay, so what is tribalism? The tribalism of Arabia, which also prevailed in most tribal societies, pastoral societies, was basically, what is tribalism? It's me and my kin, that's it. Everyone outside of the tribe is the enemy. That's how tribalism works. It's not that we're not your friends. You are the enemy. You exist for me to kill and plunder and enslave and do whatever with. And in the tribe, of course, the closest is the nuclear family, and then it keeps spreading, cousins and whatever. So it keeps growing. What Muhammad did is he maintained that paradigm, which was integral to the Arab society that he was born in. But like I said, he re-articulated with these Islamic teachings. So now you still hate people. The Quran commands people, Muslims, to hate, not outside tribal people, but anyone who's not a Muslim. And you can see how that's tribalistic, because we are the ummah, right? The nation, we are the Muslims. Everyone outside of it, we are commanded to hate. And this is in the Quran. This is Quran 64, where Allah says you have a good example in Abraham or Ibrahim, and this gives you another really good example of what I'm talking about, how Islam appropriates the biblical figures, but recasts them in a way that validates itself. So we know the Abraham from the Old Testament.
You go.
He's not gonna say that Abraham in the Old Testament was this happy, cheerful guy, etc., etc. Yeah. Now, can you switch to my screen, inshallah?
Sure.
I am gonna bring. So this is in Surah Al-Mumtahina. Yeah. الممتحنة. So قد كانت لكم أسوة حسنة في إبراهيم. In another رواية it's إسوة. قد كانت لكم أسوة حسنة في إبراهيم والذين معه إذ قالوا لقومهم إنا براء منكم ومما تعبدون من دون الله كفرنا بكم وبدا بيننا وبينكم العداوة والبغضاء أبدا حتى تؤمنوا بالله وحده إلا قولهم. So here we have already an exclusion, yeah, like except his saying, except for the word of Ibrahim. Like everything I read before is this part. Yeah, there has already been for you an excellent pattern example in Ibrahim and those with him when they say to the people, indeed we are disassociated from you and whatever you worship other than Allah, we have denied you. كفرنا بكم, yeah. And there has appeared between us and you animosity and hatred forever until you believe in Allah alone. That's what I read before. Yeah. So, except for the saying of Ibrahim to his father, I will surely ask forgiveness for you, but I have not power to do for you anything against Allah, our Lord. Upon you we have relied, and to you we have returned, and to you is the destination. So, he's gonna paint, that Ibrahim was this cheerful guy, that he was like tolerant, etc., etc. He was just a monotheist, but a tolerant one.
Mm-hmm.
Here we have Talmud.
My favorite.
Yeah. So let's open the part. Okay. So
Just a quick intersection here yet again. I'm just wondering how he can truly display it as some sort of issue. He calls it that there was another form of tribalism after he united the Arab tribes, and now they were still in this us versus them frame. Again, every single religion on this planet, every single sports team on this planet will have a certain allegiance, a belonging, a feeling of belonging. Of course, that's just the nature of the game. How can you as a Christian claim this to be otherwise in Christianity? In Christianity is as well us versus them. Matter of fact, he is the best example of this because he speaks against Islam, right? So it is us versus them. Now you're in Christianity versus the Muslims. So obviously the Muslims as monotheists, as believers, will have enemies. Duh. Every time you stand behind a specific idea, you will have, of course, enemies that are from the opposite. That's just what it is. So I don't understand how he can display this as some sort of issue, some sort of problem that is especially unique to Islam. It is not. You as a Christian have enemies too. You just want to, of course, frame it as, but we love our enemies. We love them. We just love our enemies. You love them so much that you did the Crusades out of love. I understand. Proceed.
And like about this radical monotheism. Yeah. So in the Bible, as far as I remember, they don't exactly have the part of Ibrahim smashing the idols, but they have it in Talmud. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So does smashing of idols come as something like of love. He arose, took a club in his hand, shattered all the idols, and placed the club in the head of the largest among them. And we have the same in the Quran. And also about overall polytheism, like subhanallah, like he's gonna now speak about al-wala wal-bara, yeah, about like friendship and disassociation.
Yeah.
Like they have the same thing based upon monotheism. In, for example, Shema, yeah, Shema, the first commandment. Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad, Yahweh Ahad.
Yes.
Hear, O Israel,
Your Lord is one.
our God is Yahweh is our God, Yahweh Ahad is one. Ahad is same in Arabic. It's just like a different
Exactly.
vowel in the beginning.
Echad, Achad, yes.
SubhanAllah, you shall not make for yourself neither an idol, yeah, and in others like I don't have this one here. Let's find it actually with Musa, yeah, being commanded, yeah, to kill whoever goes to worshiping other gods.
Exactly
This
right.
is it in Deuteronomy or Leviticus?
I
or
think
both?
it's in
Might be
Deuteronomy.
both. Okay.
It must be in
So let's
Deuteronomy.
find it. Deuteronomy. Okay. Bruh. Okay. Anyway. If. Yeah, Deuteronomy.
Yeah.
If a prophet or anyone foretells by dreams appears among you, announces to you a sign or wonder, and the sign or wonder is spoken and takes place, the prophet says, "Let us follow other gods you have not known, and let us worship them." You must not listen to the words of the prophet or dreamer. The Lord your God is testing you to find out whether you love Him with all your heart and with all your soul. It is the Lord your God you must follow and you must revere, keep His commands and obey Him, serve Him and hold fast to Him. The prophet or dreamer must be put to death for inciting
be put to
rebellion
death.
against the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt and redeemed you from the land of slavery. That prophet or dreamer tried to turn you from the way the Lord your God commanded you to follow. You must purge the evil from among you.
Yep.
So loving. Yeah, so loving. Let's kill him.
Yeah. Exactly right.
Let's kill him
Yeah,
out of love.
it depends. It depends how you phrase love, how you frame love, I guess. I mean, a loving act, if you imply that love must be truth, then bashing idols is loving as well. It's a loving act because you love what is good, if you want to frame it that way. Either way, be that as it may, you have it in your Bible as well. And that's the whole point. Everything that they point out about Islam is to be found in the Bible too. Every single time, man. It's such a hypocrisy.
Okay, let's continue with the sound.
Let's proceed with him, yes.
We're like, what, 10 minutes in? SubhanAllah.
Yeah, we stopped already a billion times. 16 minutes in, and it's running on 1.5 the speed. Eh?
In the Bible, he leaves what God calls him. He leaves what is the land of Ur, and he begins the great migration towards the Holy Land, which eventually gets conquered, Joshua, etc. But when he leaves Abraham in the Bible, there's nothing about hating anyone. In the Quran, all of a sudden, Allah tells Muslims, you have a good example in Abraham, because he told his kin, we hate you and enmity will last between us until you believe in Allah alone. And so that became sort of an Islamic, and in the Quran it also says similar things about how a true Muslim can't, he has to have these feelings and disassociate from his father, his mother, his brother, his wife. I have an Islamic cleric recently who I translated a while back, who literally says, because of this doctrine, you can, as a Muslim, marry a Christian or a Jewish woman, people of the book, because that is permitted in Islam, but you have to hate them. And you have to show them you hate them. But you can copulate with them, and but you always have to make sure they know you hate them. Okay, so this is an ironclad teaching. And as you can see how, so this is tribalism, of course, 101, but now it has a theological veneer. And then, so what do you do in tribes? We hate each other. Well, I go and I plunder you, right? So that became jihad. Jihad is warfare on the outsider who are more rich.
Matthew, how similar
Come again?
is that to I have
Yeah.
not come with with the word but with the sword?
Yeah, but other than that, he
don't
mentions
think I can
plunder,
help.
man. He mentions plunder, and that's exactly what I just quoted from the Bible, how you should go out, plunder, kill everything, take all for it to yourself as booty, take the virgins, etc., etc. How can he talk about plunder? And this is what his God commands, clearly. This is a commandment of God within your Old Testament. So what's the issue now? How can you blame it on Islam?
And subhanAllah, like he also brought up like like a group of ayat, really, yeah.
Yeah.
That it is يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تتخذوا اليهود والنصارى أولياء بعضهم أولياء بعض، yeah. فمن يتولهم منكم فإنه منهم. Like this part of the ayah, إن الله لا يحب قوم الظالمين. I believe that's the end of the ayah. So anyway, all you who have believed, do not take Christians or Jews as your allies. They are allies of one another, and whoever does so, he is from them. Whoever takes them as allies, he is one of them.
Yes.
And indeed,
Yes.
Allah does not love the transgressing people. That's one ayah. But there is also an ayah that Allah does not prohibit you from treating them kindly. Allah does not prohibit you from treating them kindly. So
Right.
it is not an absolute bara. It's not absolute dissociation. For example, like with a wife. Obviously, I don't know if your wife is still Christian or not, but obviously you love her as a wife, but you disassociate yourself from her belief, from Christianity.
Yes.
That's it. Like that's it. And this ayah that you also mentioned about taking Jews and Christians and another ayah, enemies of Allah as allies. Those ayat, they are like general ayat, and they have degrees of application. It's it really, like, if you're gonna, if like it's like, I don't know, they believe in part of the book, they disbelieve in others,
Yeah.
other parts. It's either that or they have a skill issue of reading. But he poses himself as this expert of Arabic language, Quraysh, yeah, not Quraysh, but Quraysh. Now you know
Quraysh. Quraysh. He's just a liar, man. He's just a liar. He will never go into his own scripture, as I said. He will not talk about... Abraham went to war. He went to war. We can read that in Genesis, right? It's just factual. So therefore, when the Quran speaks about it, somehow now he points it out that it never happened. I don't understand what his argument is here. They want to display all the prophets somehow in the Bible as benevolent, and the Quran is giving it some sort of evil twist. Evil twist how? Because we say that Lot was an alcoholic and he didn't have sex with his two daughters? Is that the evil twist that you can find in the Quran? It's ridiculous, man. It's absolutely pathetic. If anything, it clears up all the confusion and simply reaffirms what they did.
Don't throw stones when you're in the glass house.
They always will, man. Okay.
Already bred to hate. I could say, I mean, in a secular setting, tribalism doesn't necessarily, I wouldn't say teach you to hate the outsider. You just fear him. They're outsiders, and you can kill them. But it's much more when you really hate that person. And this is something we can get into, because it's really, this is the heart of the matter. To me, this doctrine that I'm belaboring, and in Arabic, it's kind of, it's a dichotomized doctrine. It's called al-wala wal-bara', two Arabic words. Wala means loyalty and love for Muslims, which we can put that aside. And what I'm looking at is the bara', which is hatred and enmity for non-Muslims. Okay, and so that manifests in jihad. And so anyway, so and then if you die, right? So you're the warrior, you hate the infidel, you do jihad. Now, in a secular setting, that happens all the time, historically, even in the present day, and people go fight to plunder, right? But now, if you win, well, you get all these, whatever, the booty, animate and inanimate, you can gain. But if you die, you get even more. Now you go straight to heaven, straight to paradise, where it's, again, hedonistic and materialistic. And you get women, and, it's very carnal, the way it's described in the Quran, okay? There's beautiful boys circulating around looking like pearls, and these are super...
No?
SubhanAllah.
It's not carnal at all within the Quran.
Akhi, Matthew 25. Well, let's actually pull that up.
Was.
Matthew 25, which is parable of 10 virgins. Yeah, okay, so there we have it. Wait a minute. Was it in Matthew? No, it might be a bit different one, because I do remember there was
I think it's Matthew,
Yeah.
the parables
See,
of the 10 virgins.
it might be, but like about promise of virgins in Jannah, in paradise. Let's actually search if it is the correct one that I found or a different one. No, let's find it in the, okay. Virgins in. Okay. Go Bible. Okay. Let's then just. Okay, let's go like that. I'll try to find it, inshallah. It might be here.
No worries, no stress. By the way, for all my Indonesian viewers, the Dondi Tan interview has just dropped, but it's on Dondi Tan's channel, not on my channel. We did a podcast here in Bangkok. It's roughly 50 minutes long. It was a surprise podcast, so you can check it out now. It has been live since 1 hour. I don't know if I'm going to repost it. I think I'm just going to leave it on his channel, to be honest. It was a good trip with the boys from Indonesia, and inshallah, I will be in Indonesia next year. Let's proceed.
Okay, so I'll return to Matthew. At midnight. Oh no, it is the one. It is the one. It's just
The parable of the 10 virgins, yes.
yeah,
Exactly.
yes, yeah. It is the one. I skipped over the first verse, so that's why I was a bit confused.
No
So
worries.
at the time, the kingdom of heaven will be like 10 virgins who took their lamps and went out to meet the bridegroom. 5 of them were foolish and 5 were wise. The foolish ones took their lamps, but did not take any oil with them. The wise ones, however, took oil in jars along with their lamps. The bridegroom was a long time in coming, and they all became drowsy and fell asleep. At midnight, the cry rang out. Here's the bridegroom come out
Come out to meet him.
All the virgins woke up and trimmed their lamps. The foolish ones said to the wise, "Give us some of your oil. Our lamps are going out." No, they replied. There may not be enough for both of us, for both us and you. Instead, go to those who sell oil and buy some for yourselves. But while they were on the way to buy the oil, the bridegroom arrived. The virgins who were ready went in with him to the wedding banquet, and the door was shut. Later, the others also came. "Lord, Lord," they said, "open the door for us." But he replied, "Truly, I tell you, I don't know you. Therefore, keep watch, because you do not know the day or the hour." Okay, so
Yes.
this is a parable about paradise. But if we're gonna talk about carnal, anything carnal, then we should talk about Bible's. I don't even want to quote this out loud, but
Yeah, I love it.
sees this Ezekiel 23.
No, we can read it out. We can read it out. Yeah, read it.
Okay.
There she lusted after her lovers, whose genitalias were like those of donkeys, and whose emission was like that of horses. There you go. Interesting.
About whom is
That's in the Bible, by the way.
it is in the Bible, Ezekiel.
It's in the Bible.
Testament. Oh no, it's Old Testament. We don't accept it, Old Testament.
Really, at this point, Christians should simply burn the Old Testament and just go by the New Testament then. But then they cannot claim that they have some sort of continuity with the old law, because they don't. They don't at all. It's two separate books. Matter of fact, if you compare the God of the old Bible and the new God, or their supposed God, that God must be somewhat schizophrenic because he changes his mind all the time.
It's either
One second, when you were an atheist, just quick diversion here. When you were an atheist, were you predominantly against Christianity or were you against Islam at that point as well?
predominantly against Christianity. Like that's the breeding ground of atheists, really.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. So easily attackable.
Christianity. Yeah, and subhanAllah, actually about the Old Testament, I decided just to bring this out. Matthew 5:17, one of my favorite verses. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law of the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them.
Exactly right.
Here is the Greek for everyone who complains about the translations.
Yeah, Christians believe that fulfilling the law of the prophets means that he had to die. And when he dies, then the law has been finalized, has been finished. That's why Jesus says as well, it has been finished, and now nobody has to follow anything anymore, and everybody is forgiven by the bloodshed of Jesus Christ. But somehow you still have to baptize to get rid of the original sin, and then you go on and still sin. Yep. Makes sense.
I didn't even know about original sin when I was an Orthodox Christian. I only discovered about it when I was like an atheist on the road to Islam already after the Satanism. Bro, I was just like, what the hell is this? We were born in sin. Like a kid that was born yesterday, what sin is on him? They say that
sinful.
This is the sin of his forefather, our forefather Adam alayhi salam. But doesn't the Bible also say that descendant doesn't like carry the weight of the sins of his predecessors?
Yep, exactly. Contradiction after contradiction, man. Matter of fact, it is not very different from Hinduism. Basically, the original sin is like karma. That's what it boils down to. It's basically like karma. You're born with a specific karma, and now you have to burn off that karma again to return to the source. It's very Hindu-esque. But anyways, how does it make sense? Anyhow, if God really declares, okay, you guys sinned against me, now I'm putting the original sin on you, you cannot repent anymore, the original sin is with you, and moreover, every single one child that will be born with the original sin. And after a while, God backtracks and says to himself, well, somehow the idea wasn't that good, I guess. I actually want to forgive those people. I don't like the original sin anymore. And then he cannot even remove it by snipping it basically out of existence. No, now he has to send himself, which is his son, which is not himself, to the world and sacrifice himself. Do a human sacrifice, and then after that, that sin can finally be forgiven. But yet again, it is not, because you have to baptize yourself. And then you keep on sinning. Let's go. Fantastic theology, bro. What are you pulling up?
I, the Lord, do not change. So you, the descendants.
Let's go, let's go. Exactly right. No change at all, man. No change at all. Yesterday, one God. Tomorrow, 3 gods. One day after, maybe 5. Who knows?
Natural women who you will copulate with in perpetuity, who are made specifically for sex, okay, and rivers of wine, etc.
Rivers of wine?
Yeah. Now you can drink wine once you get to heaven, but not here. I'm sorry, maybe rivers of honey or wine, but I know there is wine.
Sorry, I just that just took me.
It might something. I'm being. It's poetic language is being used,
okay, right.
And but definitely. But I do know alcohol is permissible then, because that's something they talk about.
But it clearly says that it won't make you drunk, so therefore we're not speaking about alcohol the way that you understand it. But okay.
Notice that the guys that complained right here, is Raymond, a Coptic Christian, eating body of Christ, and which is basically
drinking his blood,
and
drinking his blood, eating his flesh.
Yeah, and another one complaining is a Jew, who I know a Jew personally, not to call me an anti-Semitic. I have the the card. I have a Jewish friend.
Nice, bro. You have the pass. You have the pass. You're a Shabbos guy.
Yeah, I do have the pass, and so
you need a black friend as well for the N-word pass. Otherwise, it's not complete, man.
I do.
Oh shit, man! This guy's stacked. Expert on Africa and Israel. Amazing.
So basically, like he tells to me, yeah, that on their celebrations, they
Yeah.
must drink alcohol. They must. It's not that
Yeah.
they should. They must drink alcohol.
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense.
So who's to complain?
Yeah, I mean, you have to drink the wine in the church as well, right? You kind of have to do that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know.
It was actually so weird. I remember like being a kid, bringing like we went like to church. I don't remember even like on what day was like what celebration. I remember going there, yeah, and being like spoon fed. This sort of thing. Like I was like, what is this? And
Yeah,
my
same.
grandpa told me like eating body of Christ. I was like,
I hated it. I hated it. So disgusting, especially when they take that spoon and everybody eats from the same spoon.
yeah.
Everybody takes the same spoon in their mouth. It's so repulsive, man. Then during COVID, you can think about it what you will, you know, but during COVID, they had a lot of issues with that because they told them it's not hygienic. But they're like, no, it's the Holy Eucharist and we have to all eat from the same spoon. And they had to keep on going with their tradition, you know. They found it very anti-Christian. It's very, very disgusting. But moreover, they claim that, in Orthodox Christianity that is, that the bread is the literal body of Christ and that the
Yes.
wine is the literal blood of Christ. So they say that once you have the ceremony, once you have the divine liturgy, it transforms. So it's not actually bread. You're really eating the flesh of Christ and the blood. You're drinking it. Whatever that means. And for me, that was crystal clear. It's some sort of satanic ritual. I don't want to partake. Thank you very much, man.
The Satanists are very happy about this one. I'm telling you.
They love it, man.
They're very
They
happy
love it.
about this one.
Yeah, they want to become Christian, man.
It's all over the songs, bro. Okay, bro.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
I'll take 10 minutes off. I need to pray Maghrib, inshallah. I'll come
Ah,
back.
okay. Sure, no worries, man. Alright, guys. I'm gonna wait for him. So I'm gonna get to the chat. Honestly, I didn't know that the chat will be split. It seems like it. So when I open it here on my phone... One second, let me do it like this. So when I open it on my phone, it shows me the phone version, obviously. I thought it's gonna be more handy like this. But to be honest, it kind of sucks. Next time I'm not gonna do it like this. Because it divides the chat, seemingly. One second, let me pull it up. Okay, yeah, here I see. Okay, the phone version like this, And here, this one. Okay, kind of confusing. But anyways, I think here in StreamYard it will show me all the chats, inshallah. I hope this is what is going on. Dawa Trucker says, I actually ate it and drank it when I was a Catholic, lol. Listen, when I returned to Orthodox Christianity, I did it too. I wanted to partake and I wanted to do it right, I guess. But it was very, very repulsive, man. It was absolutely disgusting. And I simply couldn't believe it, to be honest. Many things in Christianity I had to force myself to believe, be it the Trinity, be it the resurrection, be it the dying for our sins, original sin, Eucharist, etc., you name it. To be totally honest, the only thing that I truly enjoyed about Orthodox Christianity were the hymns, the chants, the liturgy. That was quite beautiful. To this very day, I can say it sounds very beautiful, sure. Yeah, the architecture was nice, but that's how far it goes. You know, you cannot really stick to that faith just because you like the aesthetic of it. It's just impossible, man. I couldn't believe it. First and foremost, I never was able to tell myself that I actually believe in a triune God. Matter of fact, I will never forget this. I was on an Orthodox Christian podcast, and there the host said to me, oh, thank God you've been guided to the true triune God. And when he said that to me, it just sounded like Triton from Ariel. You know, Ariel, the Disney character, the mermaid. And her father, that's how it sounded like. Okay, here's this, in German it's called Dreizack. Triton with his, how do you call that thing in English? He has this wand with those 3 pins. I don't know how you call it. Be that as it may. When he said, finally you found the true God, the triune God, I was actually shocked. And thank God he said that at the end of the podcast, and then I was just kind of silent and okay. Bye-bye, tuned out, and I really re-evaluated my life. I couldn't believe what I gotten myself into, what kind of cult that is, where they believe that God is 3 in 1. Absolutely. Yeah, reprehensive, man. Shirk. Very shirky. The Trident. Yeah, exactly. That's the one, man. Anyways, guys, as I said already in the beginning, man, I'm under the weather today. I woke up with a big headache and joint pain, itchy throat again. It just never ends. But alhamdulillah. The Trident. Yeah. What happened to diversity and inclusion? I guess not the Muslims, right? No, you just get included if you're liberal. That's the only thing that happens in this liberal secular society. You only get accepted if you play by their rules. That's how open-minded they are. You have to bake the cake. Yeah, there was a ritual as well where some Orthodox Christians, there were Orthodox Christians as well, they were drinking the water where they put a mummified foot of a supposed saint into. It's so much like Hinduism, they fail to see it. They are not able to see it. It's really a lot like Hinduism. But that happens oftentimes. For example, my aunts, the ones that are more believing, they would go to pilgrimages where they would visit the tombs of certain saints. And then they would always claim like, yeah, this is where miracles happen. This is where you will be healed. If you go there, this is absolutely great. They're drinking the holy water. They're touching the mummified body parts. They keep skeletons. They keep skulls. But when the Agori do that, right? The Indian sect, the Indian cult of Agori, where they're keeping the skulls of dead people. Ooh, scary. But the Orthodox Christians do that too. Yeah, thinking of which, the more I think about it, the more I see parallels to Hinduism. Scary stuff. Allah says that He's only pleased with you when you follow their faith. Not their faith. Allah will only be pleased with you with Islam as your religion. Submission as your religion. Submission to Him, nothing else. Yeah, exactly right, man. It's like Indian street food, you know? They're all just eating from the same spoon. It's repulsive, bro. Yeah, inshallah, I will go to Indonesia. We already have plans. Hey brother, what do you think about Albanians? I love Albanians, man. I think that they're very, very strong people. They'd maintained their ethnicity, that maintained their language, that didn't fall into the propaganda that came down onto the Balkan, and they didn't assimilate, which I find something very positive, to be honest. Of course, when I was still neo-nationalistic, identified with Northern Macedonia as a teenager, as a young 20-year-old, I of course found it bad that they wouldn't assimilate to Macedonia. But this is because I grew up and I thought that Macedonia was always existing. And those people came to our country. Why don't they just go back to Albania? That's all that you see, you know, when you grow up as a kid. You don't really understand it. Then when I looked into the mapping, the ethnicities on the Balkan, the different groups, then I understood as well that, yeah, well, okay, actually those people have been there forever, and then borders have been drawn after the empires fell, after the Ottoman Empire fell, and then you had those modern-day nation-states, and all of a sudden the Albanians found themselves in modern-day Serbia, in modern-day Bulgaria, in modern-day Macedonia, etc., you name it, and out of a sudden they are supposed to assimilate. They should change their names, etc. So, no, I respect them highly for not assimilating. I respect them highly for being who they are. And, yeah, I have nothing but respect for them. Nothing but respect. Matter of fact, when it comes down to my city in Macedonia, 80 or 90% are Albanians. And again, when I grew up, of course, I had a specific worldview and I was against it. But now I just have to say, may the best man win. You know, the Albanians, they took over, they built restaurants, they built buildings, they built hotels, car dealerships, etc., etc. And the Macedonians would just sit there and say, oh, well, who knows where the money comes from? Certainly businessy. Yeah, surely they were selling drugs and whatever they did, man. I'm not saying that every Albanian is a saint and has a white vest. Whatever they did, they did. But the point of the story is that the Albanians were just more successful. And very, very, very successful, very disciplined people, hard-working people, from what I've seen on the Balkan. When you go to an Albanian restaurant, for example, when I go to an Albanian restaurant, I'm treated like a king, man. Those guys really know hospitality and they know how to make you feel good. It's a business, but you are in that business. If you're in the restaurant business, you have to make the customer feel like a king. And Albanians do that. If I go to a Macedonian restaurant, so and so, you know, who cares? So the Albanians, really phenomenal, speak my language as well and speak Albanian. So matter of fact, if I would live in Macedonia, I would start learning Albanian as well, for sure. I appreciate them. Okay. Bobby, I was watching the history of Sultan Mehmed and he actually opened Macedonia to Islam. I didn't know that it was him. But yeah, Islam is still strong in Macedonia for sure. But it's predominantly by Albanians. But nevertheless, for me, through my inquiry into Islam, I was surprised to find out that they are ethnic Macedonians, just like myself, even though I don't even believe in the whole narrative of ethnic Macedonian, but be that as it may. And yeah, you have them, my kind, being Muslim since the Ottoman Empire. So yeah, it's not so strange for a Macedonian to be a Muslim. Me as a revert, I just followed through what my ancestors have done as well. What time is it for you right now? It is 10:15 p.m. nighttime. As I said, I'm really, banging the stream out here. I'm very much under the weather. I hope it doesn't get worse. So I'm kind of saving my voice as much as I can. Today's Gen Z seems to recognize Islam a lot because they cook by the Matrix? I don't know what that means. But yeah, I'm very pleased with Gen Z, I have to say. It's absolutely beautiful to see how based they are when it comes down to many, many subjects. When it comes down to JQ, when it comes down to Islam, when it comes down to nationalism, when it comes down to history. I'm very pleased to see how the generation at the moment, the Gen Z, is handling everything. When are you coming to Qatar? I'm not too sure, man. I was invited to Qatar as well. I can't tell you. There's nothing set in stone. Where are you actually from? I grew up in Germany, but I'm from Northern Macedonia, which I'm not proud of. For me personally, Northern Macedonia is just such a small country. I would much rather have Macedonia become part of Greater Bulgaria, but I kind of gave up on those aspirations. If the Macedonians want to be their own tiny nation, then so be it. But I personally don't resonate with the policies of Macedonia, nor the made-up history. Yeah.
I'm back.
Okay. I was entertaining the chat here. Let's go back. Here we go. Perfect. Okay, let's proceed, man.
Bismillah.
So my point is, the genius of Muhammad, if you're asking, is that he just took that tribalism, but re-articulated it in a way that it became a win-win thing. So now, when I go and plunder the outsider, the non-Muslim, the infidel, I'm the good guy now. I'm pious. And if I win and I subjugate, kill, whatever, take and conquer, well, then, you know, I'm even more righteous. And if I die, I get the highest level of paradise. So that was one of the earliest interpretations by non-Muslims as to the efficacy of jihad. It's not very popular nowadays. You know, your average secular historian will laugh at this and tell you no. But your average secular historian will also tell you no one really knows how to explain the Arab conquests and how rapid they were, because you know, they shouldn't, by any means, they should not have done what they did. The most popular theory is that the two contending powers that the Arabs eventually in the 7th century conquered, Rome or Byzantium, and the Sasanian Persians, were so weak because they had been fighting each other. So that's kind of the most popular theory, but still, I don't think that's convincing in and of itself.
The news doesn't.
Yeah, exactly.
go.
So what is convincing them?
There you go.
So what is convincing them?
there you go. He understands. He understands that if we gonna accept like the actual like history, what happened, yeah, is that Romans and Persians got single-handedly conquered, yeah.
Yes.
Like, he would not have any other excuse, yeah, to justify him disbelieving in Muhammad عليه الصلاة والسلام, because we have غلبت الروم في أدنى الأرض وهم من بعد غلبهم سيغلبون. Yeah, first prophecy like about Rome winning against Persians after tremendous like failures on battlefield. Subhanallah, like Constantinople was about to fall to Persians. It was that bad.
Yes.
But they won. And Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam, he came with the Quran, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has revealed that would happen few years before that happened. في بضع سنين, in a few years. Also, about the conquest overall, about the extension of the Muslim Empire, about Khilafah, it is prophesied by Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam in an authentic hadith that his ummah will reach, like it will mostly extend to west and east, and that's exactly what it did. It almost instantaneously, in just 100 years, it went all the way, conquered all the Iberia, parts of France, and to the east it reached China. The only reason why China wasn't conquered completely is because of a treaty.
Yes.
Like, and this is prophesied in the Old Testament about like a kingdom of God that is to come, was to come at the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So subhanAllah, like he wouldn't have any excuses. Now he poses as this Christian guy, which evidently, as he is now speaking, it's apparent that he is a secular. He's a secular idiot. He's a secular.
Of course, they never based on Christianity. They can't.
Yeah. If they did, they would be Muslims. You know.
Exactly
If they did, they would abandon Christianity. If they did, they would abandon secularism. But they don't, because what they base it upon is the spoon-fed ideology of this goy slop secularism. That's why we have it. That's like the reason they have it. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to the chat.
Yeah, salam everyone. Thank you very much, Nassim. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, that being said, man, he didn't give any other explanation. He simply said, yeah, well, you have this tribalism now, and now you're the good guy if you do it, and if you go to paradise, then you get everything, and that somehow now magically explains the expansion of Islam. He has no explanation whatsoever. He speaks about a specific benefit reward system within Islam. Okay, fine, so be it. But what else? How do you explain that they destroyed the mega powers at the time? How?
Exactly. Like, if he took the ideas of his own historians, of the historians he claims, yeah, of the secularists,
Yes.
it would be the same analogy as we all heard many times about Eskimos conquering Russia and America.
Yes. I heard this one before.
That is as preposterous. That's such a preposterous idea, but it happened. It happened
Yes.
with the Arabs, barefoot Arabs, that were fighting each other not so long ago, relatively. For
Yeah.
them to go extend all the way to the known world's west, and all the way to the east, and also like some of the first conquests, some not exactly conquests, but Islam also reached Americas. It reached Americas long before Columbus.
I heard about this, but I haven't researched it further. Do you have any information about that?
I think I think like I could find a video.
I heard that they found remnants, that they found even certain coins with the crescent moon, etc. in America. Yeah, that's what I heard as well. But I haven't researched it deeply, so I cannot really say.
Like, okay, let's do him a favor. Yeah, let's make like a less favorable for Muslims picture. Yeah, that Muslims didn't reach Americas. Yeah,
Devil's advocate. Yeah?
Still, we like our predecessors, our Salaf. Yeah, they had half of Africa. They had half of Asia, like 1/3 of Asia, because like obviously no one's gonna go to the Russians north. Obviously,
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but like, so it is Mongols. It is parts of China. It is Indonesia. It is like we had Iberia. Obviously, due to Reconquistas, we no longer have it. May Allah return it.
Inshallah.
But SubhanAllah, like he had these like I wouldn't call him a snowflake. He's a coconut, really. He has snowflake. He has snowflake standards, yeah. But looks like like this tough guy, coconut. SubhanAllah. By their coconut standards, like they have nothing against Islam. They have nothing.
No, absolutely. One second, let's proceed. This was your screen or my screen? My screen.
So Raymond, so we have Muhammad. By the end of his life, he has conquered the Arabian Peninsula. He dies.
I'm just wondering what the motivation for those guys were. Are they not a tech channel or something like that? Or am I completely mistaken this? What is trigonometry? What else do they do? Why did they invite the guy? If I open this in a new tab, then it won't show.
I have it bound to the tab. Okay.
Yeah, it's bound to the tab, unfortunately.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, it's Konstantin Kisin. Yeah, this guy,
Here.
a Russian Jew. Konstantin Vladimirovich Kisin.
Free speech podcast. Okay. Yeah, here you go. Okay. Interesting.
Free speech, yeah.
Okay. Sam Harris, Ben Shapiro, and Tommy Robinson. Okay, man. That type of free speech, yeah.
Well, at least he brought
And Hassan Piker. Hassan, yeah, this is where I saw Lily Flips. I watched this. I want to react to it. That's where I know them from, yeah. Okay, I've seen this before. Okay, free speech, man. Let's proceed.
So Raymond, so we have Muhammad. By the end of his life, he has conquered the Arabian Peninsula. He dies. So what happens next? Who comes after him?
The successor, Abu Bakr, who was also his father-in-law, and whose daughter, Aisha, the young child bride of Muhammad, one of his wives that he married, he becomes a successor, but only for 2 years because he's elderly and he dies. And so his claim to fame is what I was saying, the Ridda Wars, the apostasy wars, which is, so he's the one that really consolidates Arabia more than Muhammad. Muhammad it begins with, and there's a lot of, like I said, nominal submission.
Okay, I didn't hear.
So, can you share my screen?
Yes.
We have this. It's in tone mode. It's
the child bride, don't you know? It's always the child bride, man.
So what do we have here? Commentary on Genesis 25:20. For when Abraham came from Mount Moriah, he received the news of Rebecca, that she was born, as mentioned in 22:20. Isaac was then 37 years old when she was born. Because at the time, Sarah died, and from the birth of Isaac until the binding, when Sarah died, رضي الله عنها وسلام على إسحاق. There were 37 years since she was 90 years old, i.e., when she gave birth to him. 90 years old when Isaac was born, and 127 when she died, as it is said, and the life of Sarah was 120 years. Thus, Isaac was then 37 years old. At that period, Rebecca was born, and he waited until she was fit for marriage, 3 years old.
Yeah, that sounds about fit. It's good that he waited 3 years, man. That's when you're fit for marriage, bro. For sure. Anyways, yeah, Christians don't care, man. It's really staggering. You know, you can show them that, and they will say, "Oh, well, but this is not our moral role model. Jesus never did such a thing." Whatever. They don't care. Matter of fact, Christianity in a nutshell is they don't care about the prophets at all. They just care about chanting Jesus, 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 but they don't care about Jesus truly either. They simply care about the Pauline version of Jesus, and that's about it. That's about it. They don't care for truth.
They don't love Jesus. I love to say that they don't love Jesus, they love crucifixion.
They love crucifixion, they love Paul, they love the stories about Jesus, but they don't really want to follow Jesus. That's what it is. And they don't care at all for their prophets. I mean, how nonsensical it truly must be in a Christian's mind. God sends prophets that tell you to worship God and to abstain from sin and idolatry, and all of that was for nothing. Because then God sends himself to tell you, supposedly, that he's 3 in 1. Why didn't he do it from the get-go? Why didn't the Jews say that he was a Trinity? Why isn't it in the Shema? Why not? It's all a bunch of nonsense, man.
Right.
Exactly right. Yeah, my favorite one.
Many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name, and in your name drive out demons, and in your name perform many miracles?
All in the name of Jesus. Hallelujah.
Then I will tame them and tell them plainly. That's Isa talking. I never knew you. Away from me, you evildoers.
Yep. Who is that? Who is that? In the name of Jesus. Oh golly. Oh Lord. Exactly right, man.
Yeah, Yeshua in Aramaic, Yeshua in Hebrew, Isa or Yesor as Arabic Christians call him.
Yeah.
In Arabic. Actually, they don't even know if Yeshua, or Ishar, as in Aramaic, is the original name of his. That's the closest they have, but they don't even know. Your average Christian will tell you, "Oh no, we do know. No, you don't. No, you don't. Open any books of your scholars. They don't know.
How do you say Jesus in Ukraine? How is he called there?
Isus.
Same on the Balkan.
Yeah, we took like the Greek version. In Russian, it would be Isus. Yeah, they added like E. It's more like it's a bit more like the Greek form. Yeah, they have double Isus.
Isus, same. On the Balkan they call him Isus as well. That's why when I heard Isa for the first time, I wasn't surprised at all. You know, I think it's more the American Christians. His name is Jesus. It's Jesus. So yeah, dude. Okay. So for me, it was already very, very familiar. Isos or Isa, same.
J for like this letter, yeah. For
J.
this letter, yeah. For this letter, yeah. Jesus.
J.
It didn't become J like J in
J.
English until like Shakespearean English a bit before that, yeah. So at the times like when it entered into English, it was Jesus. It was Y. It used to be read as Y in all the
Jesus. In German. In German, he's called Jesus.
Not surprised at all.
Yeah. German is Jesus. Okay, man. Let's proceed. We still have so much to go here.
Yeah, bro. It's 2 hours.
Yeah, it's too hard. You have to interrupt this crap every 2 seconds. Thank you again for the super chat by Dawa Trucker. Guys, if you want to support via super chat, thank you very much for that. Dawa Trucker says, I strongly believe that the art of, okay, I cannot pronounce it here, of PDF files, etc., became a moral practice that began with the chosen ones. Then it spread to the Christians while they love to point 5 fingers to our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Bro, you really want to get me banned and demonetized, man. I had to bite my tongue here, every single word throughout the super chat. But yeah, could be. That's all I'm gonna say for now. Let's proceed with the video.
To him, but also a lot of real submission. But once he dies, Abu Bakr, those 2 years, he's known as the guy who brings in and really consolidates Arabia. And then under the second caliph, Omar the first, this is when the great Arab conquest began. So from 636 is which is when Omar becomes the caliph. This is when the jihad erupts on everyone around. Okay, and of course, so Arabia, the first part they attack is what's called Greater Syria, which really encompasses the entire Eastern Mediterranean, Syria, all the modern day countries that you can think of: Lebanon, Israel, Jordan, portions of Iraq. People forget we're actually very Christian, but they also attack Persia. They go there and even go further. And this is all so during Omar's caliphate, which I think lasts a decade. That's when you get the massive Arab conquest. So Egypt is conquered around 640, 641. And like I said, all of the greater Syria, there's a pivotal battle, the Battle of Yarmouk. I wrote my master's thesis on that actually over 25 years ago, because it's that pivotal. Historians call it the most consequential battle in history, because had the Arabs been defeated at the Battle of Yarmouk, which is a river in Syria, it's believed that history could have been completely different. But because they beat the Romans, that's when it was like a domino effect, and they started conquered Egypt. Jerusalem was conquered a year later. Egypt, like I said, 640, 641, and then further west until by 711, all of North Africa has been conquered, and now they're in Spain. The Arabs conquering Spain. Now it's important to keep in mind, because most people don't get this, but when we talk, and this is by design, I believe, but when we talk about these regions, if I say Egypt or Syria or whatever, Morocco or Mauritania, to give it its historical name, people just have this idea that these areas were kind of always Muslim or something. And those were, of course, the heartlands of Christendom, not Europe. Okay, so if you looked at Christianity, the Christian world, and it had spread very far, especially after Constantine in the early 300s, because he was the first Christian emperor. But all of North Africa, right? So from Egypt to Morocco, all of the Middle East, all of Asia Minor, Anatolia, what we call Turkey. And then, Europe, of course.
My mic was off. Yeah, okay. So, by which standard is this man judging? He's speaking about the evil conquest of Islam, and then in the same breath, he will tell you about Constantine and how they conquered the lands and made them Christian. They don't see it. They just don't see that they're praising themselves for what they're blaming the Muslims for. What the hell, man?
Southwest of the Danube and Rhine. And that's Christianity, that's Christendom, okay? And in that one century that we're talking about, from 632, Muhammad's death, to 732, which is the Battle of Tours, which is in the middle, or by Poitiers, in the middle of France, they conquered all that, which, if you look at the map, is something like, depending on how you look at it, 2 or 3/4 of 66%, let's say, of the original Christian world. And the more important one, because there were 5 ecclesiastical centers, bishoprics, essentially. Rome is the one that everyone remembers, which was in the west, and that didn't get conquered. The other 4 did, right? And that would be Alexandria, Antioch, Jerusalem, and Constantinople itself later got conquered.
So I know we're talking about an ideology, Raymond, that is incredibly powerful, and it's heavily incentivized people to go and be warlike, and also to be fearless, because you know that if you die, you're gonna get all the ladies, shall we just say? So it's a good deal, and personally, if I was around then, I might well have signed up. However, there must have been something else to these warriors, because to take on the Romans, to take on all these ancient civilizations, the Persians, they must have been incredibly well drilled as armies and ferocious fighters, and also highly trained.
Okay, so yeah, like I said, this is known as one of the big mysteries of history, the Arab conquest. They're not easy to explain. Okay, some of the theories. There was this massive desiccation of Arabia, they claim, where it was really becoming barren, and so this caused a massive migration that we don't really know about, of who knows the number of Arabs with their women and children and camels just inundating regions. That's one theory. The other theory, which I already mentioned, the most prominent one, which is that
explain the domination. It wouldn't explain the political, the military, every sort of domination. That wouldn't explain expansion of the territory. That would simply explain like migration of the people. But it wasn't the migration.
No.
It was a conquest. It was an opening of the land.
Exactly right. No, he has no answer to that whatsoever, and nobody has. I mean, he himself refers always to, well, what they say is that this is one of the biggest mysteries. They don't have an explanation. It's a riddle. Yeah, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. All of his claims here are just assumptions. He cannot possibly know.
The Persians and the Romans were so exhausted from constant warfare, but you can't really say that these guys were well militarily trained. They actually weren't. And when you we know their weapons are whatever they could plunder from their slain victims. Okay, I mean that was it. So and they didn't really. We don't know of any kind of Arab military formations. It was the Bedouin raid where
Okay, so they were just a bunch of Bedouins. They were not trained in warfare. They had no special weapons, and they defeated the greatest empires at the time that the world has ever seen. How?
Like, simply like in what, a decade, it has eaten up completely Persia. That
How can that be?
Just a few years before that was eating up Rome.
Yes, exactly.
Constantinople.
The greatest adversary. Yes.
Yeah. So, like, first and foremost, this isn't like a weakened state of the Persians. By no means is that a weak state of Persians.
No, of course not.
When they're basically ending the Byzantine Empire.
Byzantine.
It's not state. Immediately. What, again, a decade? That's what it took to take the entirety of Persian. Then beyond that, also extended into like India and bordering China, and like to the west, conquering the entirety of at the time Christian Egypt, conquering the entirety of North Africa, and Iberian Peninsula. Peninsula, and going slightly beyond that.
Yep, exactly right. Up to France.
Is that something that you can do just based off of random raids as he tries to paint it? No.
Completely impossible. Completely impossible. And he knows it as well. He doesn't want to accept it. He knows it as well.
Which continues, in fact, with a lot of, historically, the Islamic nomadic peoples, Turks and Mongols and Arabs, they were great horsemen, that's for sure. So, I mean, they definitely had that, they had lightning speed. The Battle of Yarmouk, for example, we know that one of the reasons that they won is because they were used to desert fighting, and apparently there was a desert storm, which the Romans couldn't handle, and it blinded them, whereas the Arabs were used to those conditions. But one of the things that I always found interesting is there's a relatively obscure but early chronicle that it's from Spain, and it's in the 8th century, so it talks about the 700s. It's very early, and it talks about the Arab conquest, and it makes this kind of curious remark about how they did not win through manliness, but through stealth and deception. Okay. Which, I mean, I don't know how to interpret that, but basically the idea is they wouldn't fight head on in a kind of, in a sort of chivalric, which didn't even exist at that point necessarily, kind of way, or like blunt force. It was just hit and run tactics, kind of deception, which definitely marked.
Yeah, just hit and run tactics, just a bit of deception, and like this you defeat the Persians. Sure, bro. Just hit and run.
With hit and run, it is basically like it's an attack and escape. It's not even for taking territories. Hit and run is for taking territories.
Yeah, how do you do that, man? Like, just hit and run.
Taking territories, it hit and stay. It's not run. It's not stealth. It's head on.
Everybody just hit and run and took over the places. Yep, that's how it works, bro. Cool story. He's the Islam expert, man. He's the expert, bro.
There is this chronic, this, like, I don't know how to interpret this. Like, first and foremost, he doesn't provide which chronic, so he has no actual source. That's the claim, as of now. He hasn't substantiated his claim.
No.
And then he goes like, "Oh, I don't even know how to interpret it." Khalas, you just like threw something in and ran away. That's what he did. Now
he's talking out of his ass, man. How would he interpret it? Why would he interpret it in the first place? Are you some sort of historian? What is your qualification, dear sir? Nothing, man. Nothing. It's just your opinion, dude. That's all you got.
This waffle has more authority to talk about Islamic history than this guy.
Oh, Islamic expert waffle. Fantastic, man. Let's go.
Marks the later way of war of, like I said, the Turks and the Ottomans and the Seljuks and these groups. So that's another thing I'm throwing out there because I don't hear people talk about it, but it is in the chronicles. The official Christian explanation was God had done this to punish us for our sins. He had raised Amalek to come and punish us because we deserved it.
No, that must
For
have.
cross-dressing purposes. I'm not even kidding.
Really?
There's an early document.
Yeah, so then you should be happy, man. Point to the other cheek and love your enemies. Everything is perfect, man. God is punishing you.
That talks, and it says, I have it quoted in my book, Sword and Scimitar. I'm forgetting right now. Pseudo Methodius, I think, but it says something like he raised them up to punish us, and it lists all kinds of numbers of immoralities, and one of them is because men would dress like women.
There you go. Well, so God is anti-trans. God's a transphobe. Anyway, but that must.
Yeah, and so he's just laughing that off. It's part
who's gonna put
of your
on-
doctrine. Yeah, it's Leviticus, of course. It's an abomination. It's an abomination. I don't know the exact wording, I'm paraphrasing, right? But when a man dresses up like a woman, it's an abomination. Or if two men layeth together like they do with a woman, it is an abomination. You should surely put them to death. Surely. That's what the Bible says, man.
Leviticus 20:13. There you go.
Yep.
There you go. If
If a man has sexual... Yeah, read.
If a man has sexual relations with a man, as one does with a woman, both of them have done what is detestable.
Yep.
They are to be put to death. Their blood will be on their own heads. And just
Exactly right.
like we can take even the Jewish translation for that. Yeah. Let's open Tanakh. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's God declaring it, man.
So this is 13.
And the Lord spoke to Moses. This is how it starts. Just a little caveat here, so you know that's really the Lord speaking.
The Lord spoke to Moses, saying,
Yeah, exactly.
wait. How with this in this we
Because
we
the Bible is not only revelation. I mean, we would make the claim that even their claim to revelation is not always accurately revelation. But that being said, it is divided in historical stories, and then you have revelation where God speaks directly. So if you're a Christian, here the Lord spoke to Moses. So this is direct revelation. This is wahi for the Christians and for the Jews.
this is directly.
Yeah.
ويدبر يهوه الموشى لأمر لأمر commanded, saying, yeah, and the Lord, here it is not the Lord, it's Yahweh, yeah, Yahweh.
Yeah, same.
You see, Yahweh
It's God,
like
yeah.
Adonai would
Yeah.
be Lord, or
Yeah.
Rav, yeah, Ravi, yeah. It doesn't
Rabbi,
mean
yeah.
like a rabbi. It means my Lord. It means my
Right.
master. But it also like has an extended meaning of teacher or master or like master again. So, and this is like 13th. Yeah. So what do we have here?
They should surely be put to death. Put them to death, guys.
Their blood is upon themselves.
And here, yeah, it's upon themselves. And here they're not even speaking about executing them in some sort of court system or anything. The Bible oftentimes calls you to kill. Even when your parents go against you, you shall kill them. When your children go against you, against the Lord, you should kill them. There's always a call to vigilantism in the Bible.
But we brought that in Deuteronomy about worshiping. Yeah, if your very own brother, your son, your daughter, or the wife you love, or your
That's
closest
one.
friend secretly entices you, saying, "Let us go worship other gods," gods that neither you nor your ancestors have known, gods of the peoples around you, whether near or far from one end of the land or the other to the other. Do not yield to them or listen to them. Show them no pity. Do not spare them or shield them. You must certainly put them to death. Your hand must be the first in putting them to death, and then the hands of all people.
It's there, man.
But
It's there.
no, it's the Muslims. It's the Muslims.
Of course. Let's proceed.
Must have sent real shockwaves through the Christian world to see this new religion, these new armies fighting this new style, almost guerrilla warfare style, and just cut through swathes of Christian heartland.
And that's the missing piece of the puzzle. And nobody, invariably when we talk about Muslim-Christian hostilities from a historical point of view, it starts with the Crusades. Everyone starts with the Crusades. And nobody seems to understand what was building up towards the Crusade, which included a lot of fear and terror. Because, Bernard Lewis has a great quote, which I quote from him, and he talks about how, by the time it was, after these Arab conquests, and now let's say it's the 8th and 9th century, the Europeans were just traumatized and devastated. And a lot of what we called, or used to call, it's not a very favorable term anymore, but the Dark Ages, was in large measure because of these Arab conquests. Okay. And Henry Perrin, for example, he was a historian, 19th century. That was his thesis, which is that the Dark Ages was a byproduct of these Muslim conquests, which took what was once a Roman Christian lake at the time, right? Egypt had commerce with Spain and with Rome and Syria. It was Christendom. And by chopping that in half and essentially appropriating and seizing the older, richer, more sophisticated, more educated region, which was the Middle East and the Near East, that's one of the main reasons that Europe entered into this perilous Dark Age. And Henry Perrin also, I think the title of his book, or his argument is, or his famous line is that without Muhammad, there's no Charlemagne. Okay, so the one necessarily led to the rise of the other and that entire system. And, so most people don't know what built up and what was coming.
Pause for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay?
So
He is saying that it is us that caused a millennium, basically, of Dark Ages in Europe.
yep. Charlemagne.
It is us. Yeah. Now, wasn't it the Vandals? Weren't it Germanic tribes? Wasn't it the fall of Western Roman Empire? Wasn't it all of that which led to the Dark Ages? Wasn't it the plague? Wasn't it the fact that they and the lack of any sanitary means which led to that plague? All Christians, who don't wash their butts.
Exactly. Who don't wash their asses, man.
Subhanallah. And they're gonna blame us for that? That was the first time I heard a Christian blame Muslims for for flipping Dark Ages. They themselves are supposed to blame.
I'm looking this up right now. So from what we know is that the Western Roman Empire falls 476 AD. And this is when everything starts entering into political collapse, illiteracy, loss of science, etc., etc., etc. And this is where the Dark Ages start. So this starts already over 100 years before Islam even started.
Before Muhammad alayhi salatu wassalam received the wahi, before his dad was born.
Before that. Exactly right.
Before Abdullah was born.
This claim, sir, is false again, dear Raymond Ibrahim. He has the name Ibrahim and still fails to see the truth and to follow Ibrahim in his deen. Very, very unfortunate, man.
In the centuries before the First Crusade, they just assume there's these powerful land-grabbing, hungry, greedy knights want to go and just. I've quoted this quote. I'm going to quote it for you guys so many times. I think I've memorized it, but it shows you the rot of academia and it really underscores what I'm trying to tell you. And it's by John Esposito. This is a professor at Georgetown University. I don't know if he's still there. He's probably very old right now, but he was there when I was there. I went to Georgetown University for a time in Washington, D.C. And it's a bastion of kind of Islamic studies and whatnot, but I didn't know this at the time, but it was a very kind of compromised bastion. Anyway, one of his books, which is it's called Islam, the Straight Path. And keep in mind, this guy, this is in the early 2000s, let's say. He was very, very active and his book came out. And he's the editor of the Oxford History of Islam, for example. He was the guy that, the FBI and the CIA intelligence analysts, they talked to him to understand about Islam and whatever. He has this line in his book, Islam, the Straight Path, which verbatim, I might be getting a little off, but he says, 5 centuries of peaceful coexistence elapsed between Christians and Muslims before an imperial papal power play led to a series of so-called holy wars that have left an enduring legacy of mistrust from Muslims to Christians. So what he's saying is before the First Crusade, which starts in 1095, everything before that, from Muhammad's life until all the stuff I'm telling you, was peaceful coexistence. Okay, that's the official narrative. So that's why I think it's very important to really highlight what you just mentioned, which is this was a traumatizing event. The sundering, the first breakup of Christendom, with most of it being conquered by this hostile faith and the rest of it being bombarded. In the 8th century, all these islands the Mediterranean islands were constantly being attacked and conquered. Slave raids were constantly a given thing. The whole idea, so much of what we know is feudalism, and had to do with all the coasts of the southern coast of Europe. So many people actually abandoned them because they were the site of raids, slave raids coming from the Islamic world now, North Africa, and they would habitually go and enslave Europeans and take them back. And the emporium for white flesh was Cordoba in Spain, which was conquered, like I said, starting in 711, and that was where they would sell white flesh, which always, fetched a high price amongst the Muslims.
So before we move on to the Crusades, I just wanted to concentrate on the Islamic Golden Age. Was that around the time that we know as the Islamic Golden Age?
Yeah, so the Islamic Golden Age, well, there's kind of two, and the one is the Abbasids in Baghdad. And this is the Abbasid Empire starts after the Umayyads, and the Umayyads are so around 750. Usually the Abbasid Golden Age would be sometime after 800, okay? And this is Harun al-Rashid, who's now allied with or on friendly terms with Charlemagne. But there's also a supposed Golden Age in Spain, Umayyad Spain, in Cordoba. And what needs to be understood about the Golden Age is this. Let me try to start off by giving you an analogy, right? I forget which Arab country or in the Gulf, which is the one that has those skyscrapers that everyone.
Dubai?
Dubai, UAE?
Yeah. Okay. Imagine many let's say decades or centuries from now, those buildings are still standing there, and everything's changed, and Islam maybe is gone or whatever, and people look at it and go, wow, that was a golden age, that country, that civilization, because look what it led to. Now we would say, well, no, I mean they had their Islam, sure, but this is actually money, and Westerners built it. Western technology, Western workers, and it just so happened that these Arabs had the money to spend on it. That I said,
this is a bunch of horseshit as well.
I didn't know India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan were in the West. I didn't know that. Certainly.
But, no, it's all good, man. The thing is this has been prophesied as well by our Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, and I'm paraphrasing here, that the earth will spit out the riches, right? And like that, the Arabs will compete with each other of who's building the highest buildings. So yes, this is exactly Islam, but now he's going to mock it again due to
small correction.
Barefoot Bedouins.
Bedouins.
True.
That's even more so. Barefoot Bedouins.
Yes.
That's even more so because it's even more unimaginable for a Bedouin, for a person who knows what Bedouins are, to imagine that they can do that.
Yes, absolutely right, man. But again, he's making a claim that this is not Islamic. He makes the claim that Dubai, for example, is building all of this not due to Islam, but it's due to money and Western workers. Who cares about the means? It has been prophesied that it will happen. However, all of that, of course, exactly how it has been prophesied, due to the earth spitting out riches, which is the oil. So without that, you cannot invite any Western workers. Without that, you cannot build any buildings. This is the first spot that has to happen. So point of the story is that exactly what he is describing there is in our religion. It has been prophesied. This is another proof for Islam. And this guy tells you that it's not. It's insanity, the disingenuity, or he simply doesn't know. But of course he does.
He's gonna pour more copium. Let's wait. Like there will be more copium, inshallah.
Let's go. Let him cope, man. Let him die a kafir.
It is the best way to understand the Golden Age that happened historically. It didn't happen due to anything to do with Islam, quite the contrary. It happened despite Islam, okay? And it was basically, so let's, if we go to the Abbasid, as I was telling you, which is the primary Golden Age, this is now, okay, so now the Abbasid Empire is more Persianized, and it's in Baghdad, okay, and it's heavily Persianized. And at the time, a lot of the people, keep in mind, when these Arab Muslim conquests happen, so let's say Egypt and Syria, which were highly Christian, let's say in the 8th century, 9th century, 10th century, they're still majority Christian. Mm-hmm. And there's Jews also as well, especially in Alexandria and various cities. And you have a lot of Zoroastrians in Persia. Okay, you have all these different groups who are living underneath now Islamic rule. They're the ones who are doing all the stuff that we call the Golden Age, okay? It's Christians, it's Jews, and especially it's the Persians in the Abbasid era. And it's not because of anything special about Islam. I mean,
exactly. So it's no Muslims at all, right? The greats like Imam al-Ghazali or something. No. They were not Muslims whatsoever. They're all Persians. They're all Christians.
Notice. He points to the background. Yeah. He says Persians, Jews, Christians. Okay. Somewhere in Sham, yeah, in Syria, there were some Christians. Yeah, okay, all right. There were some Christians that did contributions, but the main ones, Al-Khwarizmi, okay, he was a Persian. That's his ethnic background. He was Muslim though.
Of
Like
course.
subhanAllah, all
Listen,
Persians,
the thing is this:
like
this is self-defeating. Even if it was true, let's assume that what he says here is true. Under the Muslim Empire in the Golden Age, so-called Golden Age, all of the thinkers, all of the progressives there, they were all Christians and Jews and Persians. Okay, then it means that they were living peacefully under Islamic rule and they could develop and reach levels of intellect that you haven't seen before. If they were not Muslims. That defeats your theory again. No matter how he phrases it, he will lose either way. So either they were Muslims and they were advancing, or they were not Muslims, but they were living the best lives under Muslim rule. Either way, you lose. Raymond Ibrahim.
choose his.
They're literally not
Let him choose his poison. Let him
Yeah.
choose his poison.
Exactly, man. Pick. Cope and seethe, bro. Cope and seethe.
Muslims, and a few of them who are literally like they just converted. They're first generation converts, which means they're still primarily whatever their former religion was. So the best that you can say is that the Muslims,
Okay.
sponsored it, maybe paid for it. Okay, but there was nothing intrinsic to Islam.
So, okay, people were actually reverting then on their own means, and they were first generation reverts, and they were doing absolutely fantastic. So, again, what is the argument here? It's another L, bro. It doesn't go anywhere.
His argument that the first generation revert, yeah, is still the religion that he was before.
Yeah, that makes sense. Exactly.
Yes,
Exactly right.
Yeah, so
The first generation. Yeah.
Apparently, me and you are still not what we think we are.
Yeah. There will be a future Raymond Ibrahim in 500 years, and they will be talking about the reverts, the first generation reverts on YouTube, and how they were just Christians, actually, just pretending to be Muslims, I guess. Yeah, that's all we did. Yeah, 100%, man. Strong points. The expert in Islam here.
Islam. And once Islam started to harden, because even at this time, the Abbasid Caliphate in the Golden Age, there's still debates between the various schools of Islamic law, and there's some that were actually considered liberal, if we can use that term. But by I forget the exact time, something like in the 10th century, what's known as the doors of Ijtihad. Ijtihad was a way for the liberals to get around draconian Islam, and the saying is the doors were closed, and basically the hardliners won the Islamic debate. And now, if anything, all that stuff started dwindling away.
Yep.
Ijtihad, a process of judicial derivation from the Quranic and from the sources, from Islamic sources, Quran, Sunnah, Ijma' of Sahaba, words of Sahaba, Ijma' and Qiyas. Yeah. So according to him, using these sources now, it is not called like Ijtihad. Now doesn't mean a judicial process. It doesn't mean a derivation of a hukm, of like a ruling. No, it now is a way for liberals to get away with something. And he also, I'm 99% sure, yeah, that the thing that he said that there were liberal schools of Islamic jurisprudence, yeah, I am almost 100% sure that it was just basically him reading Wikipedia page of Hanafi madhab, because that's the way that it is described on Wikipedia as the most liberal of the madhab. And then it
I didn't know
even
that.
more
Okay.
refutes him because the Hanafi madhab is like 30% of the ummah.
Yeah, exactly right.
Ahnaf are like 30%, bro. Subhanallah. So like whichever way he goes, yeah, is basically like him choosing which gun to choose to shoot himself in the foot, whether it is a Glock, Desert Eagle, maybe a Magnum, maybe let's go to for AK in AK Kalashnikov's like ultimate, maybe like 47, 74, or maybe PKM, or maybe like
Pick your poison, bro.
choose your poison.
Yeah,
So
pick your poison. He destroys himself, man. That's insane. Poor idiot, bro.
Okay, so it was never because of Islam, but there was a time where Islam in its early nascent period was, you can say, liberal enough to allow this sort of thing to happen. But the people who were doing the achievements were actually not Muslims, and if they were like literally just converted to join the winning crowd, like a lot of people did over the years, and their mind and the way they thought and their heritage was still non-Muslim. So that's why I give you that analogy, Saudi Arabia and these places. If you look at their worldview, their culture, which is based on Islam, well, yeah, it's draconian Sharia law, living in a desert, polygamy, et cetera, et cetera. But they have wealth, and look at what they can have. And they can build skyscrapers. They can have the greatest stuff that Westerners can't have.
Draconian.
That doesn't mean it's actually part and parcel of Islam. So that's the best way, I think, to understand it.
The holidays are
Okay, let's fast forward here. The draconian laws in Saudi Arabia, and polygamy is allowed. They always come with this. And meanwhile, the West is just fornicating, is holding the world record on fornication, baby mamas, affairs, etc., you name it. And somehow that is superior to having 4 wives. I don't know when it became so evil to have polygyny. Again, especially as a Christian, you have it in your Bible as well. It's a giant cope. Every man wants to have multiple wives, and either they can do it or they cannot do it. That's really what it boils down to. And if they can't, due to their religion, then they're crying that Islam is so evil. And then they're going to get married, and then they're going to cheat, and then they're going to get divorced. And that somehow is better, for sure.
It is us that we have like a properly working like family system. Yeah, it is us that we ruin their family system when they chose the laws that they use now, which is ultimately what breaks it. It is them who chose like this entire system, that makes them miserable. And you remember like a bit of topic that Korean Scottish guy, the one that was putting
the bacon guy.
Like they really do think that them putting we know who in power, and those guys putting laws in power that do everything to make people's lives as miserable as possible, such as like basically look at feminism. Look at feminism. It's kind of like how it cut the salaries by half, and now 2 more like twice as much people need to work
and need to pay taxes on top of that.
Exactly, more taxes, more of that.
Yeah, of course, man. It's craziness. Wait a second, I lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
No, wait a second. I want to say something. The polygyny part, the Korean guy, exactly. The Korean bacon guy. Matter of fact, he went to Israel, and there he was posing with his bacon again on his shoulders, and there was a Jewish man, obviously in Israel, and he was promoting him, saying that he is doing God's work. This guy is doing God's work. This is so important. Follow him, his message. This is what has to be heard. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, wait a second. Don't do it, man.
It's just a very small one, bro.
Of course. No, but for real, man. So I'm going to let the viewers decide. I'm not going to say it here. But, okay, why would a Jewish Israeli tell the Korean man that is posing with bacon that he is really spreading God's word here, whilst the Jewish man is not eating pork? He's not eating bacon. So why is he supporting his message? Just think about it, man. If that is not enough for you, I cannot help you, man. It's craziness, bro. Let's proceed.
And you mentioned that after the rapid expansion, you might even say explosion of Islam across what was prior to that the Christian world, there were nonetheless lots of Christians and Jews living there, and also, of course, on the Persian side, Zoroastrians, which was the religion of Persia until the Islam.
Here he goes. He confirms the point.
What was life like for non-Muslims under Muslim rule?
The jizya.
Well, so let's first start off with what Islam teaches, because Islam is very specific about life for non-Muslims. If you're going to be if you're going to be a non-Muslim, so again, like I said earlier, theoretically, according to Islamic law, you have to be a person of the book to be granted any measure of tolerance. All right.
Monotheistic. You have to believe there's one God.
Yeah, and well,
or do they mean specifically Christians and Jews?
No, that's the question. The term is Ahl al-Kitab, which means literally the people of scriptures or the book. And the idea, it was more or less the Jews and the Christians. But then later on, it sort of became, it was extended to people who weren't Jews and Christians. And that was because they got tired of the bloodbath. So for example, when for five centuries, I want to say between, let's say, the year 1000 to 1500, Muslims, according to well-documented historians, historical sources, and the historian I'm thinking of, I know his name, but he's an Indian historian. And anyway, he says that in that 5 centuries, 80 million Hindus were slaughtered. because they weren't granted the option of becoming dhimmis, which Christians and Jews could. You could keep your religion, you just have to pay extra tribute, and you of course have to be a second-class citizen, which was not in.
Oh my god, man. Second class citizen, extra tribute, blah blah. Okay, what kind of extra tribute? It would be an extra tribute if you would have to pay zakat and jizya on top.
And
But yeah, but you don't. So you pay jizya, which is a military tax in a way if you want. It is a protective tax, and it was just traditionally 2.5%. So it's way less than you're paying nowadays.
Its zakah is 2.5%. Jizya is slightly less.
There you go.
It's
So you don't have to go to war. You will get protection. The only thing that is truly changing, and I can say that from the Balkan itself, the ruling elite is changing. Yes, now the Muslims are the ruling elite. But the life of the peasants hasn't changed whatsoever. At all.
no, it has.
They had their
because the
churches.
taxes are less.
Yeah, okay,
taxes
yeah,
are
there you
less.
go. Exactly. If anything, they win. Exactly. If anything, they win. On the Balkan, there are no stories that they call them the Turks, that the Turkish rulers somehow were enslaving them or really negative in any regard. Only neo-nationalists try to spread this propaganda where they say, oh, they enslaved us, we were slaves for 500. It's not true. It's not true. Your churches stayed open, everybody was able to worship, etc. Everybody was able to work, nobody was interfered with. And what is the biggest testament to this is that for 500 years, we essentially had peace on the Balkan and in Europe too, because once the Ottoman Empire fell, what happened? World War I. And shortly after, World War II. This happened after the Ottomans moved away from Europe. So this is what Europe did. Straight destabilization. And they're going to speak about, oh, well, the Muslims, they're against the Jews and they're against... It's a bunch of bullshit. Under the Muslim rule, the Christians and the Jews prospered. And they paid such little taxes.
Their favorite rabbi, like the one that's like the very foundational one, yeah, Maimonides, bin Maimon, yeah,
Maimonides.
he was the doctor. He was the doctor of Salahuddin.
Yeah.
And they're gonna say like, oh, they got depressed. Seriously?
I don't know how to interpret this. I really don't know. I don't know how to interpret this. Okay.
In any way, shape, or form.
Just dig into that. So you have to pay jizya.
Yeah.
Don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
No, yeah, jizya.
Jizya. I thought you laughed in my face with the pronunciation.
No, it's just a funny word.
So you have to pay jizya, and you are allowed and not allowed certain things, right? So
Yeah.
talk to us about what that
Sure.
looks like.
Okay. So it goes back, according to Islamic teaching, remember the Caliph Omar?
Yeah.
The second Caliph. So apparently historians aren't sure where, but the Islamic tradition believes it's when Jerusalem was conquered in 637, and he came there. There's this big narrative about how he came there and whatnot, but supposedly he made a pact. It's called in Arabic Ahd Omar, or the Pact of Omar with the Christians. And it basically told them, here's what you have to do in order for us to not kill you, basically. And according to this pact, things that they could not do: they can't build churches, they can't repair churches, they can't sing out loud, they can't show a crucifix or a Bible around Muslims, they certainly can't try to proselytize, they can't stand in the way of their own relatives being turning Muslim. Okay, and it's a number of lists. I actually translated in one of my books. It's called the conditions or stipulations of Omar. Some of them are: if a Muslim wants your seat, get up and give it to them. If a Muslim is traveling and wants to enter your house, you have to let him live there. Okay, so it's not stuff that you necessarily want to enjoy, but what it really coalesced around is, it's still evidence till today. Okay, is you're just it's I guess to give you a good analogy is kind of think of how blacks were treated in America and before civil rights and that, which is kind of like, who do you think you are?
Yeah, exactly. All the Christians were on plantations and they got whipped into submission by the evil Muslims.
Let's just for one moment about like the loss of an infidel inside of like the land.
Yeah.
First and foremost, they're gonna now complain. They already complain about like these Islamic limits, this and that. Seventh Noahide law is what? Establish courts of law and ensure justice in the world.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna complain about that.
No, they won't.
Plus
They don't know what they're talking about, man.
Noahide laws are they're much stricter. Yeah, he now says that the Hindus they don't fall out on like the category of Ahlul Dhimmah, people of Dhimmah, like
Yeah.
pay jizya. okay, the first condition of the Noahide laws is monotheism. If a person is not a monotheist, you know what happens.
Exactly right.
That's first, like just for this Kisin guy. That's right.
But that's what the Christians did as well, be it in South America, be it in the Middle East. Like, that's exactly what they did. They went out and killed all the pagans. Or they were forcefully converted to Christianity, which supposedly in their minds is monotheism. That's what it is. That's what the Christians did. So do you want to tell me that something else happened in America? What a bunch of nonsense. That's what I'm saying. They're praising themselves for what they are blaming the Muslims for. Over and over again. It's just sheer hypocrisy. And this is why this guy doesn't speak as a Christian. He speaks as a liberal. They always do. He just speaks as a liberal. Oh, well, that's... Yeah, okay. Then you cannot say that you are Christian. Those are Christian lands. You don't care for Christianity. Because those lands have been acquired with warfare. With conquest. That's what it is. That's how they became Christian in the first place. Or do you think they went over there and shared the gospel of Jesus, lovey-dovey, and everybody just converted on their own? Of course not. Bunch of nonsense, man.
Okay, to even think you're my equal, that kind of mentality is what prevailed in these Islamic societies. So if you're a Christian or a Jew, you better know your place and don't complain. And don't, if they abuse you or Muslims rise up and commit an injustice against you, the law is not going to come on your side. That continues till this very day. Even in the thing about like building churches, that's still very evident in places like Egypt, where it's so hard for them to get it. It used to be actually you need a presidential decree to build a church.
That's not true at all. As far as I know, the president of Egypt just built one of the biggest churches ever. Is that not true? I'm going to play the clip and look it up, but I'm pretty sure that he just built one of the biggest churches ever.
In Egypt.
I'm going to look this up 1 second.
And now it's supposedly become lenient, but a lot of that people say it's just for show, for Western consumption. But in Egypt, constantly, just this weekend, I've covered a story which has happened countless times, including going centuries back, which is basically some sort of romantic liaison grew between a Christian man in Egypt and a Muslim woman.
Yeah, 1 second. I have this here. Can I pull this up or can I jump from tab to tab? It's too much work. I'm just going to read it out real quick.
It worked. It worked in the previous time when you opened their channel.
Yeah, but 1 second. Let me try.
Okay.
No, I have to remove this and stop the screen. Okay. Okay, here we go. So here is the first hit. Well, that's factual, I know that. So here, yes, Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi inaugurated the Cathedral of the Nativity in Egypt's new administrative capital in 2019, which is the largest church in the Middle East and a major symbol of national unity with a simultaneous grand mosque opening. This was a significant move, commissioned after terrorist attacks on Christians, apparently, aiming to show Muslim-Christian coexistence. Yada yada yada. This was 2019. So now this guy sits here 6 years later, telling you that in Egypt you cannot open new churches, even though they have the biggest church, the biggest cathedral in the Middle East.
Completely
hypocrisy, man.
But that president has a very funny surname.
Sisi?
Sisi. Yeah, not even like not only that. It means like a little donkey.
Really? In Arabic?
Yeah.
I didn't know that, man. That's hilarious.
But I also know what you mean.
I thought sissy, yeah. I thought he's a sissy boy.
Yeah, it's also that. not in Arabic, but another reason.
Yeah, anyways. Yeah, I don't know where he gets those things from. Again, like the point of the story is that he's just blatantly lying, painting this picture about Egypt. He made it up. Source, trust me, bro. The biggest cathedral in the Middle East, man. You could have taken any other country, talk about whatever, Somalia, Yemen. Talk about Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia truly doesn't have churches, which is absolutely understandable because Saudi Arabia, Mecca, it's essentially like asking to build a mosque in the Vatican. Of course you won't. But yeah, Egypt, bad example, dear Raymond Ibrahim. Very bad example. They have the biggest one in the Middle East.
And so the Muslims, after Friday prayers, rose up, completely devastated the Christian village.
Wait a second, let me see this. I can't see it. 1 second.
I made it up.
I made it up, yeah, exactly. And that's how he feels, man. Yes. I saw it in my dream, bro. Let's go.
where the Christians were living, burned homes, attacked through rocks, rioted, screaming Allahu Akbar. And why? Well, actually, because according to Islamic law, a Muslim man can marry a Christian or a Jew or a person of the book, like I said, but he has to hate her. But a non-Muslim cannot marry a Muslim woman. And the obvious reason in the Islamic mentality is the man's in charge. So we cannot have an infidel in charge.
Yeah, that is the Islamic mentality, of course. It's not as if the Bible proclaims that the man is the head of the household, just as the father is the head of Christ and Christ is the head of men. You have that hierarchy of God described in the Bible, and therefore, yes, the man is the head of the woman. The woman shouldn't think at all. She should submit in silence to her husband. That's what your Bible says. So, oh, evil, evil Islam, oh, it's so macho. Doesn't make any sense. But, yeah, from an Islamic perspective, or just from a common sense perspective, surely, of course, you would never allow the woman to marry outside of the religion, because that would lead to her leaving the religion. So you need to have some sort of self-protection integrated in your belief system, otherwise your belief system will fall apart. That is just common sense. Why would you? So even if you're a Christian, for example, you have to think twice if you want to let your daughter marry, let's say, a Hindu. Because it's highly likely that she will become a Hindu. It's common sense. And so therefore, preventative, Islam has that structure where it says, no, the women will only marry Muslims, of course, but you as a Muslim can use this as a way of dawah, if you will, and marry a Christian or a Jew. And then, inshallah, she will become one of the monotheists as well. Okay, let me see what you have there.
I have the hadith of it's like of Umar, not of Umar. It's actually of the letter of. Wait a minute, which one was that? Already, I skipped. I was like, I immediately skipped. Like to this to see what you're doing here.
Yeah.
Okay. So which one?
Honestly, I'm just wondering, man. Like, as I said already, this guy is just debating as a liberal, as they always do. So what are you telling me, man? You're telling me that. Yeah, you're telling me that your woman is the boss in the house, Raymond Ibrahim? Is that what you're telling me? She can control everything, she can choose whatever she wants to do, and you have no say in the matter? Is this what it is? And what are they debating for? The Bible is way harsher on women than the Quran ever will be. Facts. The woman should learn in silence, she should never have any authority over men. She should not teach. Church fathers, and I made a quick video on that as well, a short, just a few days ago. They didn't even know, the early church fathers, if the woman has a soul. They said that the man is created in God's image, but the woman, no, she was taken from men. And she wants to destroy the image of God by misleading the men. The early church fathers called the woman the devil. Pure shaitan. So, again, how is Christianity here superior? Or how is Christianity equaling women's rights? No such thing, man. They're hypocrites. Again, they're not debating as Christians, they're not talking as Christians, they're only talking as liberals. They always do. And that's why they try to appeal to those liberals interviewing them as well. They try to appeal to liberal Western media. Islam evil and Christianity good because Christianity is secular nowadays. That's why it's good. Not because it's Christianity. Heraclius.
Yeah, I'm trying to overall, it's kind of like the hadith about the letter to Heraclius. Yeah.
Yeah.
It has kind of a refutation, like about his statements about Rome being this and Muslims being that, and how they describe Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam. I'm trying to find the full hadith. Because I do have it somewhere here, but you see, it's not a short list.
I got you.
So,
yeah, anybody, I really recommend you watching my short. I made a very concise short on that, how the West saw women before liberalism ultimately, for thousands and thousands of years, and Islam was already way ahead, of course. I quoted all the philosophers, the great thinkers of the West, the Christian church fathers, and Paul himself as well. You can't find it?
I did find it before, so I will, inshallah.
No worries. Tertullian, one of the church fathers, he said, "You are the devil's gateway. Woman was created for men," said Paul. Paul said as well, "I do not permit a woman to teach or to have any authority over a man." Paul said as well, "Women should remain silent." But yeah, it's always evil Islam.
To this
Go for it,
guy,
man.
Ibrahim Yahudi, wa alaykum. He wrote in Aramaic, Shalom alaykum. Yeah, I just replied.
Okay, no worries, man.
Wa alaykum. Here you see.
Wa alaykum. Shabbat shalom.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. There it is. Yeah.
And in Roman law, by the way, women were grouped with children and with mentally incapable, so with the mentally ill. That was Roman law. So you had law for men, and then you had your law for children, women, and mentally ill people. That's how the woman was grouped into back in the day, in the West. Aristotle said as well that the woman is a mutilated male. That's amazing.
Okay,
Anyways.
so there we have it.
Go for it.
Like basically, Abu Sufyan, radiallahu anhu, you're talking with Heraclius. Bring him Abu Sufyan close to me and make his companions stand behind him. Abu Sufyan added, Heraclius told his translator to tell my companions that we wanted to put some questions, that he wanted to put some questions to me regarding that man, Rasulullah, alayhi salatu wasalam, and that if I told a lie, they, my companions, should contradict me. Abu Sufyan added, by Allah, had I not been afraid of my companions labeling me a liar, I would not have spoken the truth about the Prophet. The first question he asked me about him was, what is his family status amongst you? He belongs to a good, noble family amongst us. Yeah, so that's refutation to the first thing he said about Rasulullah. Yeah, that he was a relatively unknown person. Has Heraclius further asked, has anybody amongst you ever claimed the same to be a prophet before him? No. I replied, no. He said, was anybody amongst his ancestors a king? I replied, no. Heraclius asked, do the nobles or the poor follow him? I replied, it is the poor who follow him. He said, are his followers increasing or decreasing day by day? I replied, they are increasing. He then asked, does anybody amongst those who embrace his religion become displeased and renounce the religion afterwards? I replied, no. Heraclius said, have you ever accused him of telling lies before his claim to be a prophet? I replied, no. Heraclius said, does he break his promises? I replied, no. We are at truce with him, but we do not know what he will do in it. I could not find opportunity to say anything against him except that. Heraclius asked, have you ever had a war with him? I replied, yes. That's not even a Sahabi, yeah? Abu Sufyan. Then he said, what was the outcome of the battles? I replied, sometimes he was victorious and sometimes we. Heraclius said, what does he order you to do? He tells us to worship Allah and Allah alone, and not to worship anything along with him, and to renounce all that our ancestors had said. He orders us to pray, speak the truth, to be chaste, and to keep good relations with our kith and kin. Heraclius asked a translator to convey to me the following. I asked you about his family, and your reply was that he belonged to a very noble family. In fact, all the apostles came from noble families amongst their respective peoples. Apostles here, like prophets, yeah. I questioned you whether anybody else amongst you claimed such a thing. Your reply was in the negative. If the answer had been in affirmative, I would have thought that this man was following the previous man's statement. Then I asked you whether anyone from of his ancestors was a king. Your reply was in the negative, and if it had been in the affirmative, I would have thought this was that this man wanted to take back his ancestral kingdom. I further asked whether he was ever accused of telling lies before he said what he said, and your reply was in the negative. So I wondered how a person who does not tell a lie about others could ever tell a lie about Allah. I then asked you whether the rich people followed him or the poor. You replied that it was the poor who followed him, and in fact, all the apostles have been followed by his very class of people. Then I asked you whether his followers were increasing or decreasing. You replied that they were increasing, and in fact, this is the way of true faith, till it
Yeah.
is complete in all respects. I further asked you whether there was anybody who, after embracing his religion, became displeased and discarded his religion. Your reply was in the negative, and in fact, this is the sign of true faith. When its delight enters the hearts and mixes with them completely. I asked you whether he had ever betrayed. You replied in the negative, and likewise the apostles never betray. Then I asked you what he ordered you to do. You replied that he ordered you to worship Allah and Allah alone and not to worship anything along with him, and forbade
Yes.
you to worship idols and ordered you to pray, to speak truth, and to be chaste. If what you have said is true, he will very soon occupy this place underneath my feet, and I knew it from the scriptures that he was going to appear, but I did not know that he would be from you. And if I could reach him, definitely, I would go immediately to meet him. And if I were him, I would certainly wash his feet. Heraclius then asked for the letter addressed by Allah's apostle Rasulullah, which was delivered to is it Dihya is I don't know the name in Arabic, so I don't know if it is or ha. Uh, let's say Dihya to the governor of Basra, who who followed to it, who forwarded to Heraclius to read.
Yes.
And like these are the contents. Yeah, in the name of Allah, the Beneficent and Merciful. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. This is the letter from Muhammad. Rasulullah sent the letter. He dictated this in another hadith. It is mentioned that he dictated it to Ali to write it down. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. This letter from Muhammad, the slave of Allah, and his apostle Rasul, to Heraclius, the ruler of Byzantine. Peace be upon him who follows the right path. Salamun ala man ittaba'a huda. Furthermore, I invite you to Islam, and if you become a Muslim, you will be safe, and Allah will double your reward. And if you reject this invitation of Islam, you will be committing a sin of Risiyin. And Allah's statement, O people of the scripture, come to a word common to you and us, that we worship none but Allah, and that we associate nothing in worship with Him, and that none of us shall take others as lords beside Allah. Then, if they turn away, say, bear witness that we are Muslims. When Heraclius has finished his, it was like, okay, I could send let me actually send this hadith in the chat because it is a very lengthy hadith. But
This was one of the first hadith that I read back in the day, before I converted, or reverted rather. I found it absolutely amazing and beautiful.
Before I converted. SubhanAllah.
Yeah, I found it.
This hadith, like, SubhanAllah, just notice the line of thought here of Heraclius and compare it to the line of thought of this Ibrahim guy, Raymond guy, yeah? Raymond Ibrahim, yeah? This is
Raymond
basically
Ibrahim,
line
allegedly.
by line refutation. This hadith is a line by line refutation of what Raymond says about Islam.
Yeah, moreover, again, what I found so beautiful about this hadith is that the Prophet ﷺ, he is addressing the leader of the Byzantines. And he continues as well, he says that he is going to commit a great sin, right? Against his peasants. In one translation that I read is that he's committing a great sin and he's misleading his peasants. Of course, because he has the power over his people and he dictates which religion they will take. Matter of fact, under the Byzantine Empire, Orthodox Christianity was promoted. And the rest is history. This is why we have Orthodox Christianity on the Balkan. This is how it spread, but it was enforced by the Roman state rulers. The Byzantine Empire was simply the Eastern Roman Empire. Byzantine is nothing else but Eastern Roman Empire. This is what it means. We had the Western Roman Empire and the Eastern Roman Empire that later split into Orthodox and Catholic Church. But yeah, that being said, you see how the leaders are addressed and they are called to Islam. And yeah, it's not about just entering and killing everybody and ha. It's about first inviting them to Islam, of course. And proclaiming as well that the leader will have a great reward with God. It's not even some sort of bribe or anything on those lines. It is about the leader declaring monotheism for his people. And if he doesn't do it, then he will mislead the peasants. And the sins will be upon him. I mean, that's just beautiful. But they don't understand what Islam means. That's the main crux of the matter here. They don't understand that Islam is the only religion that Allah will accept, because it's the only pure monotheism, the only way to God. Everything else is man-made. And so therefore, yes, even if it was enforced, even if it was something that people had to realize, you had to kind of push it on them, even if that was the case, yeah, then you're pushing for the best thing on earth. You're pushing for the straight path. What else are you advocating for? Are you advocating for communism? Are you advocating for polytheism? Are you advocating for atheism? Of course, a belief system has to be at some point then brought through a competent leader. And if the leader doesn't follow through, then he's misleading his people. That's the whole argument here. But they don't see the utility in that whatsoever. Or they don't want to see it. Yeah. What is better? Living under the church? Is that somehow better? Was it better to live under the church in Europe?
They ran away from it. That's how America was funded. Like running away from the Anglican Church, and anyone who ran away from the Central and Western Europe in the Dark Ages, which now we see this guy blaming upon us.
It's all our fault. It's always the Muslims' fault, man. No matter what it is.
It's the Muslims that control the banks. It's the Muslims.
Yeah,
exactly. It's the Muslims.
9/11 Muslims, bro. Absolutely.
Yeah,
It's always Muslims, man.
7/11 sequel.
That's crazy, man. Okay, let's proceed with the guy.
Okay.
A Muslim, okay, but it's okay if the man's a Muslim and the infidel, it's already a second class, so it's a woman, that's the mentality. So that's why they got angry. But this story has happened countless times in Egypt, where they get up and they engage in collective punishment, which the conditions of Omar, which I was describing to you, actually, it says if one of you does this, then the pact is broken for all of you. So it actually does promote collective punishment of the dhimmis, as they're known. And this, like I said, it just happened this week. It happened maybe 2 weeks before that, because there was a rumor of a church being built also in Egypt. And it goes way, way back. So my point is that...
Okay, again, this claim has been debunked already. I just want to affirm it one more time. Churches are being built in Egypt.
It's actually a written, codified thing, and it's become absorbed in Islamic law and Islamic Sharia. But it's also just part of the society, because it's a supremacist idea. Okay, I'm better than you. You're the dirty kafir. You're the infidel. You're the Christian. You're the Jew. Whatever. So how dare you want equal rights with me? That's the overarching principle, and it continues to manifest itself with extreme regularity.
And your thesis essentially is, if I...
But even that, is just way too of a blanket statement, because we're not speaking about an ethnocentric religion here. We're not speaking about something that you can never adopt. We're speaking about a superior belief system. And I think that everybody would agree, even liberals would agree, that there must be a superior belief system. They would make the claim that liberalism must be the superior belief system. And if you don't believe like liberals, then you will be the outcast. And we see that over and over again. If you don't agree with LGBT rights, etc., then you are the absolute subhuman in the West. You are the bigot, and you should be shunned, and you should go to jail, and you should be banned, and all of those things, right? So when it comes down to a belief system, they will understand that there is a superior belief system that needs to be adopted. In their minds, however, this is liberalism. So now with Islam, yes, we believe as well that this is the superior belief system, but it has nothing to do with your ethnicity. has nothing to do with your color of your skin. Everybody can adopt that belief system. And therefore, it is not exclusive as an ethnocentric religion, for example. So everybody in that state can come to that truth. The invitation is wide open to everybody there. And I mean, we are proof for that as well. Did somebody force you to become Muslim? You've been forced to it? Did somebody put the knife, the sword to your throat and told you have to become it now? I think every time yourself, I get my katana, man. But that's the point. We did it from our free will. That's really what it boils down to. Matter of fact, this is the incentive as well. I've seen so many shahadas where the imam or anybody that is doing the shahada is asking, are you doing this out of your free will? Is this what you want?
Actually,
Huh?
I am currently, like, I don't know if I told you, I'm not residing in Ukraine. Yeah, I'm residing
no, you
in
didn't tell
another
me.
Slavic country.
Okay.
So I'm residing in Czechia. We don't even have, like, in this city, we don't even have a mosque. We have musalla. Yeah, we have a prayer room, closet.
Right.
I personally know two Czech guys that accepted Islam. One accepted before coming to the, without coming to the musalla. Yeah, he accepted by himself, and I discovered about him. I discovered that he accepted Islam through a few Kazakh guys here. Like, they go on the same sparring, yeah, and just from sparring, they made da'wah to each other, and he accepted Islam from his own free will. Another guy, he came to our musalla. That was the first and last time I've seen him. He was asked, okay, you believe that? Let's say shahada.
Yes.
Plus, two guys,
Exactly right.
they are even whiter than me. Like, I look pretty white with this light because it's blue light, really. But
Yeah, but
I'm roughly the same level of tan as you. So, like, that guy is like me right now on the screen. So basically, Snow White, yeah, completely off of his own free will and guidance of Allah. First and foremost, he accepts Islam.
Yeah.
No one was forcing him. We weren't standing there like 40 men standing there like. We weren't doing like that. Yeah, we weren't doing.
Yeah.
We weren't turning up like a nasheed like. We weren't doing that. Yeah, we did. We weren't standing. No, let's see. You know what? We weren't doing that. Like, we just asked.
Yeah, of course not, man. Yeah, talking about white people, one of my very good friends here, and he has been a follower of my channel as well. He was an Orthodox Christian too, American, however. I don't know if you saw his channel. His name is Daniel. Blonde guy, white American guy. Blonde guy, blue eyes. You cannot be any whiter. And he as well, through my channel and partially through sparring with, I think they were from Chechnya, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, he accepted Islam as well. And his father in his 60s accepted Islam as well. Yes. That is...
I know who you're talking about. Yeah, Allahumma barik.
Yeah, he's a good guy, man. MashaAllah. But the point of the story is, yes, there is no compulsion in religion. And matter of fact, listen, I'm going to be completely transparent here and as open as we can be. People will be people, right? So therefore, in the later caliphates, we are speaking about certain people as well, and they will have certain political motivations. Like, we cannot say that everything was always perfect. People will be people. So if you speak about a political structure, some rulers, they didn't even have the incentive to convert many peasants to Islam, because then you have less jizya. It's true. It's true. That happened as well. Let's be completely transparent about this. If people convert to Islam, then they are not paying the tax. It's true. So there was not even an incentive to really convert them. This happened in the later Ottoman period, when the empire became kind of weak. But it's factual. So nobody really cared for anybody to truly convert. Hidayah is to Allah. This is a pillar. This is something so crucial to our faith. And nobody can force it upon you. And this is why, even, I've seen it here in Thailand, man. When somebody says, I want to do Shahada, do you really want to do it? Is it on your behalf? You will be questioned even. And if it is true, then yes, of course, let's do it. Let's take the Shahada. But anyways, yeah, it's full of lies, man. Those people, they have nothing to stand on but lies. We know for a fact that nobody is being forced into Islam. And as I said, I'm very, very grateful that I come from the Balkan, because I know it. Those churches, they've been standing for thousands of years. And 500 years under the Ottoman rule, nothing has changed. Those churches were intact. They only started being closed down under communism. That's factual. Anyways, let's proceed with the guy. 1 second. There we
If
go.
I'm understanding you correctly, is you have this rapid expansion of the Islamic world from nothing into taking over most of the Christian world, including its key areas. That would be equivalent of like most of Europe and half of the United States being conquered by Hindus, right? Over
Not really by
100 years,
Hindus.
something like that.
Yeah. I mean, let's say in the first 10 years, a huge chunk, Egypt and Syria were taken, and which is by Syria, I mean the Middle East, and Egypt, and most of what we would call Libya, though there wasn't much there anyway. And then, Tunisia. I mean, think about Augustine, St. Augustine, who's known as the father of sort of Western theology. Well, he was from North Africa, from Hippo, which I believe is in Tunisia. That too was conquered very early, maybe by like 650s.
So continuing my metaphor, let's say for just for the avoidance of any triggering too far, the Hindus have taken over most of Europe and half of the United States and North America. And what you're saying
It's not even a good example because the Hindus are pretty much one of the biggest populations on the planet right now. So that's definitely not a good example. The example that you brought forth, the Eskimos taking over, makes much more sense.
is that plus the way that the pre-existing population would.
Come again?
Hindus are like what, 1.5 billion?
Something like that. It's huge.
Yes.
It's
yeah,
huge.
it's like Arabs were much less in number.
Yeah, of course.
Much
It's not a good
less.
example. Yeah, it's not a good example. But anyways, we get the point.
were being treated by their conquerors is what gives rise to the Crusades.
Yeah. No, I mean, it depends on the time we're talking. I still haven't gotten to what really gave rise, which is similar.
Okay.
It was
Okay,
more
tell
of the
us.
same. Okay, so in other words, what I'm talking about is, the 7th, 8th, 9th centuries, and that's what's going on. And, Europe knows about it. Europe is also bombarded, especially from Spain, because that's now the latest. They're in the continent, right? They're in Europe. But right before the First Crusade, there was a new sort of outburst, Islamic outburst. And now the Turks come onto the scene. They start coming in really in the 9th century as slave soldiers. And they're very good warriors. So the caliphates start bringing these Turks from Central Asia as slaves, and they Islamize them, and they just train them to be great warriors, jihadists. And before long, they essentially take over. And so this is the Abbasid Caliphate, the Golden Age Caliphate. And before long, you have the Turks, especially with the Seljuk Empire. This is now, we're coming right before the First Crusade. They keep the Abbasid Caliph as a puppet, right? But now they're the real power. And they're the Sultan. In fact, the word Sultan means power holder. So now, so let's say, okay, the First Crusade is 1095. The Turks really start spreading and causing havoc around 1037. And it's especially against the Armenians. You talk about the Armenian genocide. It actually goes back a millennium before what we think. It's not in the year just 1900, early 1900s or late 1800s. It actually goes back to the year 1000. And if you read the sources, and I have in mind especially Matthew of Edessa, who's a near contemporary, what the Turks were doing to the Armenians, and of course other Christians as they went further west into Asia Minor, is just mind-boggling. I mean, it talks about tens of thousands of Armenians just being massacred, thousands of churches being set on fire. The capital at the time, Ani, was known as the city of 1,001 churches, all of which were just complete.
Come again?
How come they still are out there? It's like Serbians saying, "Oh, Turks were massacring everyone. They were like, no
Yeah.
one was remaining. It was a barren wasteland until Yugoslavia came in." Yes. What is this? How would that work? Yeah. How would how would their churches magically disappear under the Ottoman rule, and then those same old churches reappear after complete disappearance for centuries, completely reappear with the same structure, with everything, with all the same rocks as it is now? How come? How does that work?
And all of that supposedly happened. All of that supposedly happened in 2 years, right? As far as I'm concerned. Yeah, it happens in 2 years.
Yeah. It was about the Armenian genocide. I mean, it might be a bias from someone who comes from the Eastern Europe, because it is really a joking point there. It is, it's it's 6 million. It's like an alternative of that.
Yeah, I didn't want to say
But
it.
yeah,
Yeah.
something's not coming together. And also, why were the Armenians so slimy? Yeah, like they're gonna complain. Yeah, they're gonna complain. Oh no, you did this to this Christian population. Okay, first and foremost, that didn't happen. Second of all, if it did happen, why were you behaving so slimy with Russians and British? Hello, Armenians. Yeah, why were they slimy with British all along, which were like one of the arch nemesis of the Ottoman Empire?
Right.
Huh? That's treason. That sounds like treason to me.
Yeah. Yeah, they never tell you why certain things happen. They just tell you they happen. Out of nowhere, out of the blue. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I want to say certain things, but I'm not gonna do it here on YouTube. I can't.
Just for the YouTube, we are not suicidal. Like we are happy with our lives. Everything's good. Okay.
That's fantastic, bro.
Let's continue.
Would never kill myself. I distance myself from those opinions.
Torched. And, it's also interesting to note, and a lot of historians don't do this, they make you think, okay, these Seljuks were nominal Muslims. They're called Muslims, but they were just, fighters who were conquering whoever. But in the sources, you see the religious hostility, okay, where they like to go and desecrate, break crosses and decapitate statues and gouge the eyes of icons and, of course, and desecrate the altars. So that also comes out. And this is now going on until the year 1071. Now in 1071, you have the pivotal battle of Manzikert, which is in that area. It's again in Asia Minor, sort of near Lake Van, I think, again by the Armenian areas. And the Eastern Roman Emperor, the Byzantine Emperor, marches one of their largest armies to stop these Turks. And they lose. And it's one of the worst. And the emperor gets captured. The first one in like 1,000 years, I think. And so now after that, they start just spreading further west and cover all of Asia Minor, Turkey, till they're not far from Constantinople. Now at the same time, these same Turks are, from the moment the Holy Land was conquered, it was very early on, a lot of these caliphs, including the Abbasid, like I told you, who was sort of diplomatic relations with Charlemagne, they allowed Christian pilgrimage was very important to Christians, okay? Especially after Constantine, really rebuilt Jerusalem, built the Church of the Holy Sepulchre around where Christ was buried and crucified and resurrected. It was a huge complex. So pilgrimages were a major thing. And a lot of Muslims allowed Christians to come, especially during the Abbasid period. You have to pay, of course, and put up with all sorts of things, but they would come. But now these Turks, they ran havoc, and they started attacking pilgrims. They started charging them even more money, and then not letting them go. And one of the worst anecdotes that was pretty famous that happened in 1064 was a large German pilgrimage went to the Holy Land, and among them it is described. It's an early source. They describe a very beautiful abbess, head nun, who was told don't do it because everyone knew it was dangerous to go on pilgrimage. But she wouldn't relent, and she went, and they say, all of them were killed by the Turks, and she was gang raped until she died. And then it says in the end, and the Turks did this very frequently to pilgrims. And of course, they were desecrating the Christian holy sites, including the Holy Sepulchre. And actually, before the Turks, just so you don't think it's just the Turks, but a Fatimid caliph from Egypt, Hakim Amrullah, in the year 1009, actually destroyed the Holy Sepulchre, razed it to the ground. And according to Muslim sources, and I'm thinking of al-Makrizi, who's an Egyptian historian, he wrote that this Fatimid caliph, destroyed 30,000 churches and synagogues in Egypt and Greater Syria, which makes sense.
Just a small note.
Yeah, go for it, man.
About Khilafatul Fatimiyya, the Fatimids, they were not, first and foremost, they were not Sunni. They were not even normal Shia. They were Ismailis.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, as extreme as you can go. With whom? With Shia.
Yeah, there you go.
So,
Islamically, theologically speaking, you're not allowed to destroy churches.
Exactly.
It's just factual. So if that happened, it's completely non-Islamic. So you cannot blame that on Islam whatsoever. If you want to blame this on historical atrocities, etc., and if that truly happened that way, I doubt anything he says by now, but okay, it's not Islamic whatsoever. Theologically, this is prohibited completely. So you cannot blame it on Islam.
I already brought up the attack of Abu Bakr. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You cannot burn down churches. You cannot desecrate churches. It's non-Islamic.
Hence, because like I told you, that was a very Christian.
So after after this section, he's just gonna start repeating everything. He's already kind of repeating himself a lot. But then he's just gonna repeat like this section with Ottomans with others.
Yeah, we've been at it for a very long time. If you want, we can just play it for 2-3 more minutes and then we can wrap it up.
We can, inshallah. It's just like
Yeah.
he's not gonna say much more. He's gonna
Okay.
say a few things like in the latter part, the video is segmented, yeah. So in like on hour 30, something like that, he says something, but it's also like it was already in the beginning of the video. So
Yeah.
anyway, like there's nothing else.
Okay. Do you think there's anything interesting I should skip forward to 1 hour 30 or not at all?
Let me actually open the video because I don't really see what's
Sure.
there.
Let me
So
check the chat real quick. Yeah, that's a very good statement here with a chat. Turks were fighting against Christian gangs. That is the same argument when they talk about Barbary pirates, but never talk about how crusaders in Christian countries pillaged and enslaved coastal towns. Matter of fact, the thing is this, man. Again, coming from the Balkan, I always bring it back to this. When the Christians from the West came down and they were headed to Jerusalem and they were on their way to the crusade, they killed a bunch of Orthodox Christians on the way. They massacred Orthodox Christians. And to this very day, there's this talk between the Catholics and the Orthodox. So, yeah, Christians are not innocent. He simply takes one aspect of war and blames it on the whole religion, as if the other part was completely innocent. Ridiculous.
so like here are the sections, yeah. So how do we move forward? In is Islam compatible? Like actually, there is what role did PewDiePie play? Like he's basically kind of like saying that the Jews packets were actually with the Muslim siding with the Muslims, except that didn't happen.
Okay. Yeah. You play it, man. You play it.
Okay. Fine.
And put it on, yeah, exactly, on cinema mode.
And okay, so what role did Jews play? Tell me about the audio, okay?
Yeah, sure. I don't hear anything.
Is that right?
No, I don't hear anything. No.
Is there a way to configure that?
Yeah, you have to go into the settings and then audio, and then set the speaker to your source, to your headphones or whatever you're listening on. That will be the desktop audio.
Muslims. So where were the Jews in this?
Good.
Because obviously they were in the Holy Land, and I mean, we can see what happened to Jewish people, particularly with Israel and so on and so forth. But what role did they play in all of this? Were they seen as part of it, or were they just marginalized and very much a secondary player?
Well, I mean, it depends on which era and which country and which region. So, the Jews are especially prominent in Spain. That's often where you hear about them, because you had, of course, Muslim control in the south, and then you had the small Christians in the north who began the Reconquista from the north and spread downwards, and then you had the Jews mostly in the south, where also other Christians as dhimmis lived. And it really depends. Oftentimes, they were actually seen as working and siding with the Muslims. And in fact, so for example, when it came to the famous expelling of Muslims, it was Muslims and Jews who were expelled in 1492 out of Spain, and it was kind of for the same reason, because they were. And this is another very complex topic, but so we have to, I guess we should talk about Spain, because it's really a microcosm of everything we're talking
Absolutely.
about. And and a lot of things are very clear when you look there. But so, as I said, Spain gets conquered in the year 711, and before that it's Christian. Okay, it was ruled by the Visigoths. And anyway, a small remnant survives of these Visigoths, and they get holed up in the north in the mountains of Asturia, in the northwest. And even the Muslim sources kind of say, what are they going to do? Who cares? Let them live up in that crag. A bunch of bums. They're it literally calls them 12 people living on honey. Anyway, before long they persevere, the Christians, and they start what's called the Reconquista, slowly kind of coming southwards and fighting. But before that, the Muslims in Al-Andalus, as it's known, okay, Spain, and that name, by the way, is the Vandals, like the Visigoths. The Vandals were another kind of Germanic tribe, but they entered into North Africa, so they were familiar to Muslims. And so when they came to Spain, Visigoth, Vandal, same thing, but they just knew the word Vandal, so Vandal Al-Andalus became the name. That's why it's called that. So Muslim controlled Spain. You had what we were discussing, which is this dhimmi system. If you're a Christian or a Jew, you live second class, right? And they lived in their own communities at this time. They didn't really consort with each other to a large extent. And then up in the north, you got the free Christians who are making a comeback, okay? And so that's the context, and this goes on literally for centuries until Spain. It was known as the Spains because it was really just various kingdoms: Aragon, Castile, Leon, Portugal became its own. But when it gets unified with Ferdinand and Isabella, right in the 1400s, they finally managed to get the last Islamic stronghold, which is Granada, and it's had like 500,000 Muslims. And what happened is they let them live. They said, okay, fine, you guys can stay here. You can even have your own Islamic culture and your own law and whatever. But what happened is the Muslims were always seeking to subvert. So on the one hand, they acted like they were friends or being docile. On the other hand, they were conniving with the Ottomans and the Barbary Muslims to help try to bring Spain back to Islamic rule. And so in this context, this is why, so for example, you hear these crazy things and the medieval Christians just look so intolerant and just evil. But here's the backdrop. So you hear how the Christians said, oh, you have to become Christian or get out. Well, that was because before that, they gave them the right to do their thing. So the idea of Christianizing someone was not because I'm a fanatic and I don't believe in you having your own faith. It was that you're never going to stop trying to kill me until you become like me. As long as you maintain.
So in that regard, it's okay. You will always try to kill me if you don't become like me. That was the reason. So it was totally benevolent, and this was the Christian love, of course. Because the Muslims and the Jews living in the land, they were just trying to kill them. Hey, by the way, I think your mic is off. Your mic is off, bro. Yeah, you need to go into your mic settings. Yeah, now it's back again.
And now the mic works, but then the audio of what's called of the video won't play. How do you have it configured?
So on my end here, 1 second. On my end here, I have the mic setting, and then there's a speaker setting, right? So the mic should be your microphone, obviously, and the speaker is where you hear the audio from on your desktop. If you're using headphones, then this has to be the headphones.
Yeah, headphones.
Yeah, so the mic
Yeah.
is the mic that you're using. Which one are you using? I don't know. It's the same.
Yeah. Currently, I'm using the mic of my laptop, I believe. That's the one. If I try to.
Okay, I hear you. I hear you right now, so that's fine.
Yeah, but then like.
Oh, wait a second. Okay. You have only mic settings. I see. Okay, you don't have any.
Yes.
Separate settings for
that's weird.
speakers. Huh. Okay, that's strange.
No, whatever.
Because I have two settings. I have one for the mic and one for the audio output, input and output. It's okay. Anyways, what were you saying? Just speak your mind first, and then you can play it again.
It's like, yeah, of course, totally benevolent, totally benevolent forced conversions and expulsions of the Jew depies and Muslims from the Iberian Peninsula. That was absolutely benevolent. Yeah, like the rivers of blood that flowed throughout the Iberia and through Jerusalem whenever they came. All of that is absolutely benevolent. No hate like Christian love. That's what they say.
Good. Yeah, Christian brotherly love, man. And matter of fact, the Jews that were fleeing, they fled to the Ottoman Empire. The Muslims took them in. Yet again. So, and there they weren't forced to convert to Catholicism. By the way, the rule in Spain back then, those were not even indigenous Spanish people, but they were northern men. I think they were from Norway and Denmark, if I'm not mistaken. They got over and became the ruling elite, and they started this whole Reconquista. They wanted to Catholicize Spain again. So it wasn't even so internally motivated. It wasn't even indigenous Spanish people that started it. Anyways, let's see if we can hear the sound now. No.
Okay. Just for the ADHD viewers, yeah, I also like.
Say something. I cannot hear you anymore. You know what? It's better if I just play it, man.
Okay.
It's better if I just play it.
I wanted to, I wanted to kind of joke around a bit.
Sure. Just give me the minute mark.
Okay. 106.
106. Okay.
And just evil. But here's the backdrop. So you hear how the Christians said, oh, you have to become Christian or get out. Well, that was because before that, they gave them the right to do their thing. So the idea of Christianizing someone was not because I'm a fanatic and I don't believe in you having your own faith. It was that you're never going to stop trying to kill me until you become like me. As long as you maintain that tribalistic Islam, which they understood.
Yeah, exactly right. So if you force convert somebody, then they will never try to kill you. Exactly right. Then you force them to be like you, and then you have peace. 100%. Great logic.
You're going to be, you're going to obviously work against.
It definitely has worked with their tribes.
Yeah, exactly.
Spoiler.
Super
not.
peaceful. Yeah, super peaceful.
To me. So they came up with a decree, which is basically become Christian or leave, go back to North Africa. And then a fatwa appeared. Fatwa is a decree by a learned Islamic sheikh, which promoted the concept of taqiyya. And taqiyya in Islam is basically
my
you can, if you're under duress of being threatened by an infidel, you can lie, you can say anything. You can even engage, you can get baptized, you can engage in communion, you can do all these things. As long as in your heart you're still working, you're still striving for Islam. And then also overnight, like
He didn't even say taqiyya. Yeah. He didn't even pronounce taqiyya. He pronounced half the word wrong. Taqiyya. What taqiyya is?
Taqiyya, man. Those Muslims in the Taqiyya, man. Shit. It's absolutely insane. They had to say it, you know? Taqiyya. Oh my god. Anyways, point of the story is that this was a very debated topic throughout Islamic history anyways, and if anything at all, in Sunni Islam, if anything at all, not everybody agreed on that, but to save your own life, yes, to save your own life, you can conceal your faith if it's really a life or death situation. So, yeah, okay.
There are,
so what's
there
the,
are 3 points
what's
according
big
to Sahih Hadith. Yeah, saving someone's life. Yeah, preventing fitna between brothers. Yeah,
yeah,
like they're arguing, oh, who spilled the coffee, something like that. That is permissible. And if I'm not mistaken, also something related to wives. Yeah, I don't remember the exact wording in the hadith.
Yeah, I know. I'm paraphrasing as well, but it's like a light lie in order to maintain your marriage, in order to not displease the wife. Yes, which makes sense.
We've got another Arabic expert here in the chat, Ibrahim Yahudi, saying taqiyya is a sense of fear, and instead of writing taqiyya in Arabic, he writes taqwa.
Yeah, taqwa. Perfect, bro. Fantastic. Only experts today. Today's expert hour, man. Let's proceed.
500,000 Muslims from Granada became Christian. And the crown thought, okay, but then what happened is generation after generation, and you have the Christians saying these guys were acting like they were better Christians than us. They literally just everything about them was more Christian than they went every Sunday, but then they found out they were still Muslim at heart and still actually clandestinely working to somehow subvert Spain to Islamic rule. And so that's when it finally came to, okay, even if you convert, it doesn't work, so you have to leave, okay? Now the Jews are also, and so the Inquisition, that was...
Okay, so even though those people assimilated completely into their society, and they were even participating in their churches, they still had to leave. That's how tolerant the Christians were. Fantastic. So it's not even enough if you assimilate and if you follow their rule. That's what he's saying.
The initial Inquisition start in this context, because you're saying I'm a Christian, but you're really a Muslim, right? And they have words for them, both for the Jews that were doing this and the Muslims who were doing the Morisco is the Muslim, and I forget the Jewish word, or the word for the Jews that were doing Morenos. Anyway, and so the Jews, despite how things are today, the Jews were often actually conflated with Muslims. Okay, and oftentimes they did work and help them. Not always, and sometimes the Muslims turned and attacked on the Jews as well. I mean, so it's kind of complicated. You can't say it was always this way or always that way. But for example, when another famous instance where people attack the Crusaders is during the First Crusade, the People's Crusades or the Peasant Crusade went off track again and attacked Jews. Okay, and again the church and the nobles were against that because that's not. But the logic was, why are we traveling?
Oh my God, man! What are you even talking about? So he says that people will be people. Sometimes Muslims had dispute with Jews, and Jews had disputes with Muslims, and Christians had disputes with all of them. Okay, so people will be people. Fantastic argument. How is that attacking the theology of Islam?
And suffering and going all the way there to fight these Christ enemies when they're right here amongst us. So yeah, the Jews during this time sort of I think maybe they had a survival instinct, and whoever whether it was the Christian or the Muslim was doing better, they probably would ally with or try to be on their good side, which kind of makes sense from a survivalist point of view.
So Raymond, we've got to the point where we've got peak Islam. Islam is at its strongest. It is dominant across Southern Europe, North Africa, the Middle East.
We actually haven't, though, just so you know, because I didn't even get into the Ottomans who conquer southeastern Europe.
Yes.
We can talk about it now, but I mean, that still isn't even the peak yet. But okay.
Right. Well, I guess where I want to take this bit of the conversation now is Islam is dominant and remains dominant for many, many centuries. And as you say, all the way through to the Ottoman Empire, it gets as far as India, the Mongols at some point, right? I was just in Uzbekistan the great warlord.
Timur-Lenk,
Yeah, well, they don't like it when you call them that. Timur the Great.
not the lame.
Yeah, they don't like you calling him lame. Timur the Great.
Yeah.
As far as the north of Russia, this guy conquered. Went as far as Byzantium in the west, as far as China in the east. Oh no, the Mongols are same. Right? And then we arrive today. If you're born today, your instinctive understanding of the Muslim world is it's in the Middle East, objectively speaking, technologically quite backward, militarily quite weak, not dominant around the world, and is, at least on the surface, this is just how you would think if you were born today, engaged in some sort of guerrilla warfare against a much more powerful Western force. That would be, not putting my own perspective on it, but that would be the impression you'd get. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned
Yeah, exactly. Why is that, huh? Why is
Bernard
that?
Lewis. He's obviously, you wrote a whole book about
Why?
what went wrong.
Like, exactly.
How do you get
I don't know, man. I don't know.
from
Has to be something with
bam,
those
massive
evil
Islamic
Muslims.
expansion, conquering
Could be.
all the bits of the world that really matter at that point, at least from a Western perspective, to the complete collapse of that dominance and where we are today? Chances are, if you're a trigonometry fan, you understand the importance of free speech and
Trigonometry.
privacy. And you'll also probably know the firewall that blocks thousands of trackers every day. I have one of these because I want the peace of mind that my personal data isn't being sold or spied on. Go to unplug.com/trigonometry and use our code trigonometry for $20 off a protective case with the odd phone.
All right, so let's go back a little to the colonial era, because this is really where what you're describing. Islam stays dominant, and you're right. People forget that Islam, especially the Ottoman Empire, was the powerhouse. It's ingrained in people's mind as if Europe was always super powerful and everyone else, all these brown people were just being abused and scared of Europe. It was the opposite, okay, as we discussed, but especially with the rise of the Ottomans. And these guys last from 1300s to the 1900s. And in 1683, they're in Vienna, okay, with 200,000 to 300,000 fighters surrounding it. So, so keep that in mind. We started off in the 600s with Muhammad and the first attack on Christian territory in 636. 1683, now we're talking 1,000 years later, they're around Vienna. And they're using the same logic and rationale, and they're talking about Islam and jihad, and you have three choices, et cetera, okay? And it's not even just at 1683 to bring it to this country, the United States. Its very first war as a nation, as a nation meaning after independence from Britain.
No need to rub it.
Yeah, I was trying to word it correctly here. But after that, and now it's its own country, its first war is with Muslims, the Barbary Wars. And again, they're acting exactly on the same logic. And Thomas Jefferson, this great paragon of enlightened thinking, didn't know Islam as well as he should have, because when he met with what the Barbary pirates are doing is actually attack. So this is very interesting because it goes back to the idea of jizya. So a lot of these European powers, and I'll get to your point, but I'm just trying to build it up, show you what happened. But a lot of these European powers, instead of fighting with the Barbary Muslim pirates of North Africa, whose entire economy consisted of slave raids on Europeans, as far as ISIS.
Past an hour mark, it just sounds like such Coptic copium, like such very strong Coptic flavored copium.
Yeah, but I see that he doesn't say anything new anymore. It's just all the same over and over and over again. It's this cry fest, boo-hoo.
Because he's an expert, bro. He's an expert. Can you pull up my screen?
That's how experts are. Sure.
Yeah.
What am I seeing here, man? Should I really pull this up? You sure?
Yes.
Only experts. Yeah.
Like, he's an expert. Who are we to talk?
Yeah. The noble expert has spoken, and the peasant shall be quiet and listen. Listen to his wisdom. Inhale the wisdom. Oh my god, man. Yeah, it has been very brain numbing in the end, man. But what do you expect? So, okay, in a nutshell, what did he say? Nothing really. He cannot explain how the expansion happened whatsoever. He doesn't know how to interpret this. Then evil Muslims, because they actually went on this conquest. Evil Muslims, they treated everybody as second-class citizen, but meanwhile, the Christians expelled everybody that wouldn't Christianize. Fantastic. Then crusades were done, yes, and
Good crusades. Don't forget about that.
very, very good crusades. Yes, exactly. That's what I was about to say. So the Christians went out to the crusades, but that was justified because of the evil Muslims. So that's it. That's it. That's this whole narrative. That's the whole hour condensed in a couple of sentences. It's unbelievable, man. And somehow this reached 500,000 people in roughly 2 days. I would actually like to read the comments. Let me see. One second. Can I pull up the comments? Yeah, I would actually like to go into the comments because, I mean, they must be overwhelmingly positive, right? This must be viewed by a bunch of Christian neo-nationalists. So let's have a look.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
They must love this. One second. That's okay, I have the comments here. Here we go. Let's see what they say. Like, subscribe, okay. They accuse us, okay, here, exactly. This is exactly what I expected, right? So 2.2k likes. They accuse us of Islamophobia. A phobia is an irrational fear. Oh wow, never heard this one before. When you have 1,000 years of evidence backing up your fear, it's not irrational.
Oh.
I mean, you saw the evidence, right?
Wait a minute.
I don't know how to interpret this. But it's the evidence. I don't know how to interpret it.
Usually they say we are not afraid. Yeah, usually they say that they are not afraid, and therefore it's not Islamophobia. This guy denies that this fear is not irrational.
He admits it.
He denies the irrationality, but he does not deny the fear.
No, exactly. Now he says that the word Islamophobia is not valid because a phobia, per definition, would be an irrational fear, which is kind of the modern day definition. Phobia itself comes from the Greek phobos, and therefore it still means just fear. But anyways, in this modern day context, it is used as an irrational fear. For example, they say arachnophobia, which is the irrational fear of spiders. It's not irrational. A spider can really bite you and can poison you as well. Anyways, he admits this. He says, yeah, they call it Islamophobia, but it's not irrational. We are actually really afraid of this because we have 1,000 years of evidence that backs this up. Exactly right. Here, another one, Omar.
We have in Quran, Mutu bighayrikum. Die in your rage. Okay. Want to be outraged, want to fear. Like, okay, you're free to die from that.
Absolutely right, man.
What can you say?
Cope and seeth, man. Cope and seeth again. Okay, so this one says, ex-Muslim from Tunisia here. Raymond is 100% correct about Islam. Yeah, another evidence king here. Somebody that 100% knows what's up.
Yeah,
Raymond is simply correct.
500,
huh? 500, yeah. As an Iranian. Exactly, the 6 million. As an Iranian, I can confirm 150% of what he explains. This is Islam. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, man. As an Iranian, I can confirm 150% of what he explains. This is Islam. Okay, Shia.
So he watched the entirety of the video and then watched half of the video, so that's why.
On top of it. And therefore can confirm that this is absolutely correct, of course. Yeah, fantastic, dude. Okay, what else do we got? It's always the ex-Muslims from Iran, man. The supposed ex-Muslims from Iran. I met an ex-Muslim from Iran when I was traveling in Australia, and this guy was so happy to leave the religion behind. And all he was doing, pardon my French here, but all he was doing is get drunk and bang hookers. That was it. And he was so happy that he was finally relieved from evil Islam. Yeah, you do the math why that is. The whole chat is full with them. Here, another ex-Muslim from Iran. Listen to this man before it's too late. They remind me of Patrick Bet-David, you know. He always has to say as well that he's Assyrian from Iran. He saw it. In memory of the victims of Bondi Beach and solidarity with the Jewish community. You don't say. That's what this is about, huh? Oh wow, it's really full with Iranians. That's crazy, man. I am Iranian and we have felt Islam in our bones. They came here 1,400 years ago and tried to convert us by the sword, but they have never succeeded to this day. Yeah, I mean, okay. Yeah.
So,
go for it.
How does it work? Al-Bukhari, he was Uzbeki, and Uzbekistan was at the time a part of Furs, a part of Persia.
Yep.
Uh,
Exactly.
so entirety of Bukhara was Muslim. Like
No, apparently not.
the
They still haven't.
the downfall started with Ismail al-Safawi, who massacred the Muslims and converted them to the extreme version of the religion of the Rafidah. Yeah, not just 12 hours. He massacred them all, like absolute rampage, and then they became Shia, and now we have these guys that are post-secular Iran. Yeah,
Yes.
they now say, "Oh, Iran was this, Iran was that. We was Persians actually."
Exactly right. We was Persians. Another one. I'm an Iranian ex-Muslim here. 100% approve of Raymond. OMG, finally. The West has such a twisted, perverted understanding of Islam. This guy is amazing. Okay, Alex.
They had this understanding since like what? Since before 9/11.
Yeah, exactly. Islam is a man. Islam in a man is like rabies in a dog. Ex-Muslim atheist here. Listen to Raymond carefully, fellow Westerners. This war never ended for Islam. Okay, and that's my point here. In the end, okay, you want to get rid of Islam. What will you replace it with? There was a time when I was still in my 20s, so still older than you, and I was really thinking about reinventing the wheel. And I was looking at the world, trying to understand, especially through the New Ageism, what kind of belief system could be adopted to a society to make it better, to simply make it a better society, because I saw so many flaws with society. And then you have communism, socialism of sorts. You have a democracy, which absolutely failed, liberalism. What else do you have? Neo-nationalism, some sort of dictatorship. Okay, and then you have a theocracy. When it comes down to theocracy, what can you have? Hinduism for the West, won't work. Buddhism won't work. So what are you left with? Abrahamic faiths. Judaism as a concept, as a theocracy on the West, that will never fly. At least not until Great Israel is established and we can all be Shabbos goys and slaves and serve them ultimately. So what you have left is Christianity and Islam. But the project of Christianity has already failed. Because Christianity, under the church, they didn't want it, so they secularized. So therefore, that project is over anyhow. So what is left? What is the only belief system that can help the West? The only belief system. It's Islam. There is nothing else.
The one that they're running from. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the Quran, قُلْ جَاءَ الْحَقُّ وَزَهَقَ الْبَاطِلِ إِنَّ الْبَاطِلَ كَانَ زَهُوقًا. Say, the truth has come and falsehood has perished, and indeed falsehood is bound to perish. Subhanallah, of course, people of batil, people of falsehood, they will be running from truth.
Yes.
Exactly right. Which is what they're doing, which is why they slandered. And subhanAllah, this is the sunnah of all the Sahaba. This is of not all the Sahaba, of all the Anbiya, of all the prophets.
True. Factual, man. Absolutely true.
So,
it's this eternal rebellion of the West. It's this eternal rebellion of the West. Yeah.
It is. Moses was denied, Isa was denied, Muhammad was initially, just as all of them were initially denied.
Exactly right. They're still running from the cure, so to speak.
Writing Subhanallah. He in perfect Arabic, bro. You need some Arabic lessons. Yeah. Okay. Instead of Allah, Allah. And I understand my Arabic isn't perfect. I understand my Arabic isn't perfect, especially because I'm cranberries and I'm trying to pronounce stuff.
For revert from 3 years, so I think this is quite impressive. But anyways, the point of the story is that the West is truly still running from the cure. The cure for all their ailments is Islam, of course. The cure for the degeneracy, the cure for the abortions, the cure for the suicide rates, the cure for the drug addictions, every issue that you have in the West, the usury, the gambling, alcohol poisoning, etc., you name it. Islam is the cure, and right now you just see them like a blind man running from the cure. Since the Ottoman Empire fell, this is why I mentioned this, you had the First World War, you had the Second World War, and it has been downhill ever since. The times for the West have become worse and worse and worse and worse since the Ottoman Empire fell. And since the Reconquista, quote unquote. But, as it says in the Quran as well, Allah will only change the people when they change what is within them, right? I'm paraphrasing here as well. So they have to change the condition
Allah will
within
not
themselves
change,
before He changes
Allah
it.
will change the condition of people until they change their like. Let me pull up the ayah. I forget the second part.
You get my point. And so until the Westerners don't want to change what is within them, until they want to follow their own desires, they will keep on suffering and they will get even worse outcomes over and over and over again. Right now, because you pulled up only experts, when we're talking about OnlyFans, every 10th girl in America from 18 to 25, a very, very short span here, from 18 to 25, every 10th girl, 1 in 10 girls, has an OnlyFans. Imagine that. Look how crazy that is. So that's 10%. So 10% of young girls in America are online prostitutes. So God knows what is happening with the rest of the 9. And it will get worse and worse and worse. This happened in 2020, right? Since COVID, it got worse and worse. Internet pornography skyrocketed. So they will keep on pushing this and keep on running from the cure. And the only help for them would be if they accept Islam. But of course, before that happens, they will fight and fight and fight and fight to their own detriment. And so let them, because there is no compulsion in religion. If they want to suffer, let them suffer. And this is where you see such an emigration now. All the people that actually have one brain cell left, they're leaving the West. They're moving to the Emirates, they're moving to Saudi, etc. You see such a strong emigration. And the West is just left in shambles. That is due to them running away from the cure, yet again.
Yeah.
Sounds like women in Jahiliyyah times. Somebody says in the chat, man, yeah, but seemingly even worse. And the Jahiliyyah is still ongoing for everybody that hasn't accepted Islam, you know. So we as reverts, for example, when we refer to the time before reverting, we say to our Jahiliyyah time. So therefore in the West it is full-blown Jahiliyyah, probably even worse than it has ever been.
There is a guy like saying that I'm Syrian. I'm not Syrian. I'm Ukrainian. Just in case. I know I get confused.
You could be Syrian. Yeah, you could be Syrian.
I know I get confused for a Syrian a lot of times. I'm not Syrian. I'm Ukrainian.
He's Ukrainian.
Not
He's a
Arab.
revert to Islam. Yeah. The comments are full with the Australian Bondi Beach incidents. Or here, check it out, Bulgarian. So one of my people, Bulgarian here. My people were slaves for 500 years. We know Islam and fear it deeply. Yeah, this neo-nationalist narrative. Slaves for 500 years. Slaves. Okay, tell me exactly where you've been enslaved and what your duties were. Were you picking cotton? Where exactly were you enslaved? Everybody was able to go about their business freely, to worship in their way. If they were Jews or Christians, it didn't matter. So please show me that. I actually want to see the replies to this as well. And that fear is completely rational, nothing phobic about it. They're just, oh my God, it's like a support group, man, for people that are afraid of Islam. I urge anyone to watch the Bulgarian film Vreme Razdeljeno, truly eye-opening. Okay. Somebody asked, was Bulgaria really under Islamic rule for 500 years? Na zdravje. Yeah, okay, bro. A Serbian neighbor here. Yeah, as if Bulgarians and Serbians didn't kill each other until recently. A Serbian neighbor here. Yep, there is a very good reason why we have a clear borders between 2 yards in a street, not to mention countries. Yeah, okay, Serb. Wasn't the Serbs that massacred the Bosnians, right, for being alleged Turks, killed 9,000 people in one day. No, the Serbs are just benevolent. Nothing to see here. You were always the peacemakers. Oh my God, man. It's a bunch of nonsense, as always, man.
Such an important figure in our timeline.
Yeah. Oh, very funny.
Bro,
He will just die a jahil like everybody.
Him until yesterday.
Yeah. Super important. Yeah, that's because you're a radical Islamist, man. That's why you don't know. Come to the good side, bro.
Yeah.
To the peaceful Christians.
Where is it?
I've never seen Muslims trying to engage Raymond to dispel whether he thinks is wrong with Raymond's take on Islam. They are scared. Yeah, we are absolutely scared to talk about Raymond's conceptions here. Because Raymond, in the end, tells you himself he doesn't know how to interpret it. So, yeah, very good source. Protect Raymond Ibrahim at all cost. They're just like bots, man. Are they even real people? It's like a bunch of NPCs just writing the same
Probably
nonsense,
bots. I don't know, bro. Like, and also, you know,
man. Zio bots, huh?
how many views are there? 500,000.
Yeah, like 500 something thousand.
Yeah. How many likes?
20,000. Pretty strong, man.
So, like, is it normal?
Yeah, it's pretty strong. It's pretty strong,
Okay.
yeah. I would still say.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, 10%. Yeah, no, that's good. 20, yeah, that's good. It's a good like ratio. This video has been pushed to the right people to see, or yet again, it has been engineered, and you have a bunch of Zio bots that celebrate this.
Oh,
Bunch of Iranians.
Bunch of Iranians and some guys claiming to be Aussies even. As an American,
Yeah.
I never knew how serious this problem was. Then I spent a month traveling between London and Birmingham.
Yeah, Birmingham. Come to Birmingham, mate. I'm afraid we're almost
I'm
at the point of
afraid
no return.
we're almost at the point of no bro. Who is we?
Who is we?
guy,
Elias.
This guy claims to be. He
It's
claims
adventure.
to be.
It's adventure.
American.
Wait a second. Here's actually a lot of subscribers. It's called Adventure Elliot.
In this video, a Briton and
This guy.
American search for the light.
Okay, that's Adventure Elliot with 230,000 subscribers. Tourists go home. So he's been traveling there. Does he have a video? Okay, great. Yeah, of course he doesn't like Islam. Latina lures me into Panama's dirtiest streets. Oh. That's the thing, man. Do you know this travel channel called, or it used to be a travel channel called Kurt Cass?
I heard about it.
So he's a South African guy, German descent, one of the colonizers in South Africa, and he had a travel channel, and he would travel to South America, Brazil, hook up with a bunch of indigenous chicks, right? Latina here, Latina there, just from chick to one chick to the other. And then all of a sudden he got a neo-nationalist revival, and now he's traveling to the UK, he's traveling to Paris with a bodyguard, and he's pointing out, here, they're pickpocketing, they're stealing, look at them, I'm sure they're Arabs. Now he became like a full-fledged neo-Nazi as well. And I'm thinking to myself, man, you had no issues when you went... Yeah, you had no issues when you went to the other countries as a foreigner, and you banged their women. No issues whatsoever, man. But now, all of a sudden, ooh, the foreigners are coming and they're taking over. Bro, that's what you did. You were on a colonialist fun trip all across the world, but now he's going to play the moral apostle, you know? It's such a hypocrisy. Over and over again. They all do that. But it's always those liberalized minds, as we said already,
So,
that are
Raymond,
afraid of Islam because, yeah, of course, Islam is against that degeneracy. So if you want to maintain degeneracy, of course you will be against Islam. It's crystal clear. I understand it.
And you brought this up. Just such a cool saying. Never ask a far right activist the race of his girlfriend. Never do that.
Bro, it's absolute insanity.
always be-
It's absolute insanity. Do you know the AfD? AfD is Alternative für Deutschland. It's the hardcore right-wing party of Germany. Okay, cool. So now the leader of that party is a typically blonde Germanic woman, and you would think, oh wow, she's like super far right, total Nazi, and everybody's for her. She's the new Hitler in their books. The point of the story is that this woman, she's a lesbian, first and foremost, and secondly, her wife is an Indian chick. So this is the new neoconservative power of Germany. And of course, all of them are a bunch of Zionists. All of them are a bunch of Zionists, and all of them in full support of Israel, of course. But somehow this is the radical new nationalists. Yeah, full support Tsar. It's crazy, man. AfD. Yeah, of course. Yeah, somebody says it here in German as well. They're the biggest hypocrites. That's what they're celebrating, you know. Pro-Israel, LGBT, I'm a lesbian, I'm gonna marry my Indian girlfriend, but somehow, yes, this conservatism. How will you rebuild the family in Germany if you yourself are in a lesbian relationship? I really want to see that. One second, let me show you. It's crazy, man. Yeah, what kind of role models are those? Alice Weidel, exactly. Alice Weidel, Ehefrau. Check this out. It's crazy, man. 1 second.
I know, like for her being posed as this neo-Nazi figure, for her to be like with the M boys, like I knew about that, but I didn't know about her being lesbian.
Yeah, not many people know that because obviously they just see her standing there in a suit, acting all tough, and she's this neocon. No, she's a lesbian, and not only a lesbian, but she has an Indian wife. Here we go. So that's her, this chick here, and that's her wife. Maybe even threesome.
Traditional Christian values.
Yeah, totally traditional Christian. Yeah, here we go. That's her wife. Yeah, that's the wife. Great job. Fantastic. Oh, whatever. Yeah, it's madness.
Why is that? Why is the Schnabel so big?
The what?
Schnabel.
Der Schnabel, ne? Der Schnabel ist so groß, meine Freunde. Warum ist der Schnabel so groß? I didn't even open the picture.
In Russian, we like in the Ukrainian we have like a word for German, like to describe the nose, like a big nose. Schnabel.
Yeah, strange. I don't know. Must be genetic. I don't know. Genetic anomaly. Yeah. Anyways, this is the Christian conservative Germany that they want to promote. This is the AfD. And all the cucks are falling for it. Yes, yes. We need to kick Islam out of our country. Okay, so you can marry 2 women.
That says a Jew spec in the comments says Jews don't look that bad.
Okay.
I'd argue.
It's personal preference.
Actually,
personal
not all of
preference. Personal preference. Anyways, that's crazy, man. Yeah, that is the AfD, Alice Weidel. Here, a nice little selfie. They don't even know how to make a selfie, so they made a mirror selfie. A bunch of boomers just like myself.
Like, why in the photo is the Indian looking like a man?
I mean, one has to be the man in the relationship, right? To keep the roles intact. I guess that's what it is, bro. Whatever. Yeah, anyways, but she's posing as this super conservative woman, you know. She wants to be the next chancellor. Whatever. Anyways, enough of this degeneracy. Okay, bro, we've been at it for 4 hours and 20 minutes. 4:20. Yeah, I'll say this is definitely enough. I believe that we spoke about pretty much everything that we had to speak about. Very, very empty video, but what will you expect? You know, people that never read the Quran, they will just hear this and they will just take it as gospel, as they say in the West. No matter what this guy will say, they just take it at face value. I have to admit, as shameful as it is, when I was a Christian and I wanted to become stronger in my own faith, because it is so feeble and so weak, I was watching David Wood and the likes, and I kind of wanted to believe. I just took it at face value. I said, oh, well, he's listing a hadith here clearly, and here's a surah, and so therefore this must be true. So you like to simply accept it because you need to find the flaw in a different belief system in order to make your own belief system stronger, seem superior. But if you're truly genuine, truly honest, truly sincere, then you will read it for yourself. And then you will be surprised and you will be shocked. This is what happened to me. I spoke about this 10 billion times on my channel. I hated Islam because I bought into the propaganda as well. Coming from the Balkan, everybody told me, we were slaves by the Ottoman Empire and now the Albanians want to kill us. I had the same narrative. And then watching this Islamophobic content, call it what you will, anti-Islam content, I bought into it as well. But once you open up the Quran yourself, then you will know it. And let's end it with a beautiful quote from your God, dear Christians, Jesus Christ. He said, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. So if you are really seeking for truth, read the Quran by yourself. And if it is falsehood, then you, guided by the Holy Spirit, will dismantle it anyways. And you will see that this is false, and you will become an even stronger Christian, just like I wanted to be. So a challenge to anybody to open it up for themselves and do the research by themselves, rather than taking pre-chewed bites by Raymond Ibrahim.
ربنا أرنا حقا حقا وارزقنا اتباعه وأرنا باطلا باطلا وارزقنا اجتنابه. Oh Allah, grant us this grant us the sight, grant us to see truth as truth, make us see truth as truth, and make us follow it. Grant us following of it, and make us see falsehood as falsehood, and make us stay away from it. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Okay, guys, on that note, we're tuning out. This was it for today. Like the stream, share the stream, subscribe to the channel. Thank you very much for your support. And as always, may God bless you all. Much love and peace.